That's what you're here for, Paul.
Wearing my mask, of course.
Of course.
We don't have a
Endear them to Mount Pleasant.
Go on the button,
Yeah.
or the X out.
Okay, we'll bring in the first candidate.
Okay.
Morning, Justin. Go ahead and have a seat.
I'm going to call to order this special meeting of the Mount Pleasant City Commission. Today we have 4 interviews for the city manager position. And that's on our agenda. Our first interview is at 9. Our second is at 10, 11, and 12:30. We have a lunch from 12 to 12:30, I believe. And then I'm just going to introduce myself. I'm Will Joseph. I'm the mayor. Our first interviewer is Justin Lampker. LeCamper.
Yeah.
Thank you. He is from the village of Edmore, and we have 24 questions for you, and I think just under about an hour. So no time to waste. Justin, do you mind if I just address you by your first name?
Please, yeah.
Okay. Thank you for joining us today. We are excited to get to know you. Please take a couple of minutes and tell us about yourself both professionally and personally.
Great. Thank you. So first of all, thank you everybody for being here and giving me this opportunity. So I guess I'll start out professionally. As you know, I'm the village manager of Edmore. I've held that position for the last 2 years. Prior to that, I was a program manager at a think tank in Washington, D.C. Thanks. That position brought me into contact with a lot of policymakers from the United States and from abroad, namely Germany, but I did have contact with some other countries as well on a fairly regular basis. Prior to that, I actually have some technical experience working in heating and cooling, and I've had a number of competitive fellowships that I've had kind of interspersed between my education and job experiences. My education is I have a BA from Kalamazoo College, and I hold an MPA with concentration in urban policy and management from Wayne State University. So kind of personally, I'm actually a resident of Mount Pleasant. I did move here 2 years ago when I took on my role in Edmore. I have a family. We enjoy it quite a bit. And, you know, a lot of that takes up a lot of my time, a lot of personal time. So that's where I'm at these days.
Thank you, Justin.
Good morning, Justin. My name is Amy Perschbacher. I'm the Vice Mayor of Mount Pleasant.
Mhm.
I have a question for you. Since you were notified that you were one of the 4 finalists, can you share with us what steps you've taken to get to know Mount Pleasant? And you've just mentioned that you've been a resident here for 2 years. So what are things that you know about Mount Pleasant and some of the things that maybe you've done since?
Since finding out? Yeah, sure. So, I mean, I did a lot of, research. They're actually commendable about how much is available online and to the public, readily available. There's very little that I needed to reach out to get. But in terms of the community, I actually took the step to take a phone call with the superintendent just to get to know her a little bit and kind of understand the relationship between the schools and the city, and just get that kind of communication started. I've actually done a lot of driving and walking around. We've done that since we've been here as well, but I just kind of wanted to get a feel again for the community and for the different areas. And spent a lot of time with the city's documents. That's mostly what I've been doing.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, Justin.
Thank you.
I'm Lori Gillis. Thank you for applying for this position. I'm thankful that you're here today. My question is, have you had the opportunity to review our Mount Pleasant 2050 master plan? And if so, please share your perspective on that plan.
So I have, I'd like to say I have read every single page of it, but it is quite comprehensive and long. And I do believe that, I actually was talking about this yesterday, how the decision to make it longer than the requisite 5 years is an excellent idea, because it really is able to bring in grand ideas and also focus those things down. What I've learned which came out of community listening sessions is that the transformation of the Mission Street corridor was a big thing that came out of the community. Were I around at that time, I would have told you the same thing. I think that focusing on that is an excellent addition to the town. I mean, you have these beautiful neighborhoods, this wonderful downtown, and then you kind of get into a little bit more of a urban, sprawl sort of situation on Mission Street that's less aesthetically pleasing and not as very walkable. So the focus on pedestrian and non-motorized mobility in the plan is also commendable and important in my opinion. And that would lead to creating some of these, adding to the walkability of these neighborhoods, which is really, I think, a strong suit of Mount Pleasant. So, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Justin. My name's George Rowan. I've been on the commission coming on 2 years. So. I'm sure you've had a chance to see our downtown, right? Do you have any immediate suggestions about what we could do to enhance its vibrancy, and what experience do you have in improving downtown areas?
So I do have some. We've been working diligently on the downtown in Edmore, but this is the stage at which we're at. There is a different starting point. So some of those things have included putting together a facade grant program through the DDA, and just actually physically trying to discuss some options for building use with building owners, because we have some infill needs there and some underutilization. So that a lot of that has come through just conversation. We haven't made a whole lot of progress on that, but I'm really hoping that this facade grant that we're pushing through is really going to start to change some things. And we've also passed a few ordinances that have led to some development, and that has sold several buildings, kind of moved a few hands in our downtown area. And I'm anticipating that within the next year or so, that movement will result in some others investing in fixing up buildings that exist. So as it pertains to Mount Pleasant, I mean, you don't have the same sort of issues with vacant storefronts. There's a couple, but not many. So I guess in those areas, it would be important to identify the reasons why something might be vacant. Is that a tenancy issue? Is that an ownership issue? And see if there are needs there that can be met by programs. I mean, I know that the city of Mount Pleasant is very active with its business community, and there are a handful of grants out there right now for redevelopment and things like that. So I guess information, trying to provide that information to them if they're unaware of it, perhaps. That would be at least a starting point. Yeah.
Excuse me, could I ask all the commissioners to speak into the microphone when they're asking the questions? Thank you.
Hello, Justin. I'm Mary Alsager. Over the next 12 to 28 months, the city is expecting several retirements to occur. What steps would you take in the first 6 months to ensure an effective succession and transition plan, and what components would you be looking for?
I mean, first, obviously, would begin with identifying where those retirements are going to happen, starting the conversation about a timeline for those individuals, and begin trying to identify possible replacements within the organization. That would be a logical step, and discussing that with those individuals, if that were, preferable to pursuing an outside candidate. then I would be asking those individuals who are planning on retiring to shift their focus a bit to, preparing their succession, making sure that they're focused on what their day-to-day tasks include. What I'm doing now, how is this going to be able for somebody else to walk into this and see what I just did, right? And keeping track of things, putting things in order, and then, like I said, really kind of adding that second thought process to everything that they're doing for the time being that they're on their way out. And I guess beyond that, I mean, just to really start to be thinking about who you would like to replace, if that would be a time that you see that position maybe transitioning at all, growing in a certain direction, and if that would then fit into an overall plan for the organization. So then if you do feel as though, or if I were to feel as though some sort of change would be warranted or necessary, then begin thinking about candidates that would fulfill that.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Landkemper. I'm Petro Tolis, and my question to you is, building and maintaining community partnerships is critical. Our relationship with the Saginaw, Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan and Central Michigan University, along with other units of the government, are a primary focus of our city manager. Please describe the community partnership you have created and maintained in your community and how you would foster those important partnerships here.
Sure. So the community that I come from is quite small. So that maintaining that connection with essentially most of the business owners and other community partners is a very retail type of thing. I can literally go and speak with them and have lunch with them regularly. I have done that. I continue to do that, and it has served me very well in difficult situations because I've been able to then make a phone call or reach out and say, hey, this is happening because of X, Y, Z, and this is what we decided. And having that interpersonal relationship really makes that conversation more, trustworthy and flow better. As I alluded to before, I made that phone call to the schools. I did actually attempt to reach out to the tribe as well, and I would anticipate that would continue were I to be selected. And so I don't know how much of that day-to-day direct interaction I'd be able to have in an organization of this size, but I would certainly seek that out, at least initially, with those individuals to create those relationships. Outside of city management, my previous job, as I mentioned, I would interact often with policymakers from different countries. And that interaction came between me facilitating meetings, dinners, conferences, things between different governments. And the sole purpose, it was all policy based, but I mean, in the reality, the sole purpose of that is for those individuals to have personal contacts and personal relationships with each other, so that when they're looking for certain trade negotiations or things like that, that they are talking with somebody and negotiating with somebody that they know. And so that would be the same sort of mindset that I would take into that.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, good morning, Justin. My name is Olivia Simon. Please explain how you envision transitioning from a smaller municipality with few employees to a community of 26,000 with 136 full-time employees.
Yeah, thank you. I'd be lying if I wasn't mildly nervous about that, but I do think that it's still a step that's certainly possible to achieve. I think that most things in city management are scalable. I manage roads, fewer roads, but they're still roads. I manage employees, again, fewer employees, but they're still our employees. So I kind of alluded to this here. Obviously there are going to be things that I'm more removed from that I do right now. And making that step will be, I think, facilitated in great part by the leadership team that exists here. And I would be certainly leaning on them to make that step. But again, I do see that there's a lot of the skills are certainly transferable. It's just a larger scale. So I would need to get used to that, but I don't believe it would be prohibitive.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Hi, Justin. We realize that you are interviewing to be our city manager. However, if you were recently elected to your first term on the Mount Pleasant City Commission, what would be your top 2 goals for 2022?
That's an interesting one. Um, I guess I would say would be continuing to, lead through a global pandemic, really getting the business community back on track. There's only so much, obviously, that a local community can do in that regard. However, there are a lot of funds, a lot of grants down the line, of which I'm sure you're all aware, that need to be facilitated through the local government. So that would be a focus, is ensuring that the struggling businesses get that support and know that support. I find that often an issue with some programs is that it's available and there, and the right people don't know that it's available to them. So from the city standpoint, that information in really sometimes, walking people through the process is necessary to make sure that that money is being used properly in the community. So certainly that would be a focus. And a secondary focus for the 2022 specifically, I know that you are looking at some charter amendments and some other zoning ordinance amendments, actually, which have been very active in doing. So getting that process started and pushed through, I believe that would be important if that were of interest to me as a commissioner.
Thank you, Justin.
All right, Justin, not every project turns out as planned, right? Sometimes there is a disappointment that comes with municipal government. Please share the last time a project or issue you were involved in didn't go as planned in your community, and what you did, what you learned from it.
So we're currently in the process of conducting our master plan for Edmore. It is not completed. However, the process so far has not gone as smoothly as I would have preferred it to. And I think that is in part due to a bit of the lack of understanding from all parties as to what we were trying to accomplish. And it was quite difficult to gain buy-in or insight into, advocacy for the plan. And so I think that if I were redoing that process, I would have focused a lot more on getting insight from commissioners and from the community at the outset of the process, rather than moving along with it before we tried to push those things in. So I wouldn't say that it has it's not finished, and we still have the opportunity to pull it together in a proper manner. But I'd say we're about 75% done, and so far it hasn't run as how I would have preferred it to have run. So I certainly, like I said, I've thought about that quite a bit, and would certainly seek out more input, particularly from the commissioners, and spend more time informing them of their role and how it should, what we are trying to accomplish.
Thank you.
Yes. Have you had the opportunity to review the current Mount Pleasant's $31 million budget? And are there things that stand out to you in the budget? And what are your thoughts on our overall finances?
So yes, one of the things that makes this opportunity very attractive is the positive financial outlook of Mount Pleasant. And that's obviously done through or created through excellent budgeting processes. So there's nothing in particular that stands out in a negative fashion. I discussed yesterday a little bit how the overall financial position continues to grow year to year. That's positive. I think that's something, finances and budgeting is something that you can't ever relax on. Just because it's good today or things are looking great doesn't mean in any way that you can let your foot off the gas. So that would certainly be a focus to continue that excellence. Were I to be in that chair. And I guess, yeah, no, I can leave it at that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So providing excellent customer service is often a hallmark of good governance. Can you share in detail the last time you went out of your way to solve a citizen's concern or complaint?
Yeah. Actually, recently I lent some tools to a new homeowner who just moved in and needed to fix a few things. But that's outside of the customer service that we provide from as a village. This can certainly be tricky because you do want to provide excellent service and you do want to go above and beyond, but that's only within the capacity that you can, right? There's a lot of times where people expect you to do things that just are not available to them, and that you wouldn't provide to, as you're not providing as a whole to everybody in the community. So it's something that you can't do. That's a difficult conversation to have. I would say that we provide excellent customer service in that if there's ever a mistake, if there's ever, something got missed, a pickup where the brush chipping wasn't full or something, or they left a little dirt somewhere, we always go back, always respond, always listen. And so, there's never been a time where I've ever not sat down with somebody who's come in to say, hey, I've got an issue with X, Y, Z. And that's whether that's something very small or something larger. And so I think that having that access, it plays a big role in that community service, the customer service that we do provide. But I do hesitate sometimes about the notion of doing more because we have to do the same for everyone, right? So as long as we are doing more for everyone, then that's perfectly fine, but it has to be within the parameters of our policy. But with those things that we do provide, they need to be done at the highest standard. And I do believe that my team does that today on a very regular basis.
Justin, leadership is an important quality to lead any organization. The City Commission is searching for continued excellence as we appoint a new city manager. Please describe what you believe makes a good leader and your experience as a leader.
Mm-hmm. Kind of by definition, a good leader is somebody who others are willing to follow, right? And the only way that you can inspire people to follow you is through competency and confidence. I found in my, taking a step back, as an employee, I've had directors who exhibited the absolute most competency, and you would do anything for them. You would listen to what they had to say. You wanted to emulate them. You wanted to be like them, and I've had others that less so, and that's not the case, right? So I do believe a leader has to be someone that everybody aspires to emulate, and can be difficult at times, but that's really got to be informing your daily decisions, the way that you present yourself, the way that you conduct yourself, talk with people, and being fair. I don't think that anybody wants to work hard for somebody that they don't believe is fair to them, and who's being honest with them, right? And so it doesn't mean that you have to be nice all the time or be, I guess not nice all the time, but have to do everything that everybody wants. But they know that if you're asking to do something that they don't want to do, but they know that you're asking them because you believe it's the right thing to do and you would do it yourself, then they're way more willing to do that. So I think that those are very key in being a good leader. And I'm sorry, I lost your second part of that question.
your experience as a leader?
Sure. So my experience as a leader really comes from, as it pertains to this job, as being the village manager for the last 2 years. I have sought to do that, just, to emulate some of these qualities that I've just described to you. And I believe I've accomplished that. Obviously there's always room to grow. I do have the, ICMA Code of Ethics on my wall. I do try to look up at that every now and again to make sure that I'm sticking to that, and really getting the buy-in from my employees, albeit on a smaller scale. But they trust me and they come to me with their issues, and we collaboratively solve them. And I think that's the only way that you can do that.
Thank you.
Becoming a part of the community from day one is critical to the manager's success. Please share your community involvement with your current employer and what you would do in Mount Pleasant.
Mhm. So in Edmore, I do make a point to regularly visit the service clubs and partake in. We have a handful of small community groups that effectively run everything that we provide outside of city provided services to the community. That's with our Potato Festival Committee, with our Arts Council and our Farmers Market and our Lions Club. That kind of sum up the majority of it. I personally know all of those individuals. I attempt to attend their meetings when I can, but they, again, all know me. We have the Arts Council, for example. They actually rent space of ours in a DDA-owned building. It's a storefront, and it's a building that we've been working really hard to find a proper use for, and to have it start generating some revenue. I'll stop in there in the store often and talk with them, because they are usually planning. They're planning our October festivities for Halloween, and let them know that we are available to help them in any way that the city can and that I can. In Mount Pleasant, I would say that would be, again, my approach. Would certainly need some time to soak in the entire community landscape. It's a lot of different ways you can look at that. You have nonprofit groups, you have chambers of commerce, you have official things like CMU and the school and stuff like that. I currently I am I'm a soccer coach for the Extreme Soccer Club, and that's been a rewarding experience. I've been able to meet a lot of the children through that. A lot of other community members. They're actually, many of the coaches are community leaders themselves, so that's been a great way for me to kind of begin to interact with everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Mhm.
Unions play an important and vital role in our organization. What experience do you bring to Mount Pleasant in working with unions and contract negotiations, and how would you describe your relationship with unions?
So I have to say, unfortunately, that's something that I have not had the experience of doing in my time as a manager. We don't have any bargaining units in Edmore, so I have not negotiated any union contracts as of yet. I do negotiate all the other contracts that we engage in. They're obviously a little bit different than the labor negotiations. But I would say that my overall general outlook would be positive, and I believe that that would be a skill that I could quickly acquire. I do have some theoretical knowledge of these things, having gone through an MPA program where labor and labor relations was a focus of it. But unfortunately, I have to answer that I have not done that.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Having a vision for this city is necessary to become a premier city manager. Please take the next couple of minutes and describe your vision for Mount Pleasant over the next 3 to 5 years.
So Mount Pleasant to me is is actually, to steal a line that I recently heard, is it's a big little town, right? And I really think that that's quite accurate. And one of the things I do enjoy about being here is that you have a pretty large breadth of individuals, of socioeconomic backgrounds, of some things that you in other communities might be spread out among a larger geographical area. You have all those things in Mount Pleasant. It's a very community-oriented place. It's a great place for families, and I do believe that that needs to be the continued focus of Forward Growth. Is in, I'd say, middle-income housing. I think that that's probably the largest area of growth potential for Mount Pleasant. And how do you accomplish things like that? I think that Mount Pleasant has already identified that and understands that, and has accomplished that grand vision through the master plan, right? I really think that right now, the focus needs to be on implementing those things. It's the hard work of envisioning how the town should look and how it should grow has been done. And I think the work for the next few years is really taking that and sticking to it. Maybe not to every letter, but a lot of it's conceptual, but identifying ways that you can really start to implement those ideas that you have in there. I think, providing a safe town is something that is very important to all of these aspects. And the public safety here is excellent and can continue to be so. I would think that needs to be a part of any conversation or any vision that is happening going forward. And really looking to utilize, and which is, none of this is new. I know you guys know these things, but really looking to utilize the anchor institutions that you have. I mean, it's huge. It's everything in a lot of ways. And so continuing to connect, with the university, I think is key to growth. Yeah.
All right, so Justin, our organization is built on effective teamwork across all of the departments. Please share with us the last time you used your skills to foster teamwork within your organization.
Yeah. So again, I'm going to answer this a little bit differently. My team, my staff, we work very closely on a daily basis. Due to our size, it's just easy to do. And I have some very good and respectable people, so making decisions as a unit is the only way to go. So we do that on a regular basis. But an area where I've had a little bit more difficulty with collaborative work is actually between two of our boards. Our council and our DDA didn't see eye to eye in a lot of things when I first got there. And so one of my strengths, I truly believe, is being a mediator and a facilitator. And that comes through, being able to listen and really pick out the differences and then kind of put aside perceived differences that really aren't. And so I've been able to bring those two boards together to a point where the working relationship exists again. And we are moving forward with getting things accomplished. Even passing a feasible and usable budget was certainly done by bringing those two groups together again. And I really, that happened because of my skills of being able to get them to see, okay, this is what you're concerned about, this is what you're concerned about. Those concerns really aren't that far off. Let's actually talk about these things that really are different and forget about the things that aren't really different, but that we're all kind of worried about. And having done that, we've kind of gotten the DDA out of a rut. And so they have been able to start working together as a team.
Please share with the City Commission 2 grants that you have been involved with in your community, and how did receiving the funding improve your town? That's the fun stuff, right?
Yeah. So this year we've applied for 3 grants. One we received was MDOT grant, Category B funding for road maintenance and infrastructure. We're going to use that to continue our chip sealing program that we have, and we're going to do some overlays on a couple of our worst PASER rated roads. That was a 50% grant, so that will effectively allow us to do more in a quicker timeline than we were anticipating, which is a good thing. I mean, with, you know, roads are ever aging, so the quicker we can get to some of those things, the better. And you know, we strictly use Act 51 money for our road funding, so it's not that it's inadequate. However, we don't go out for it. So those dollars certainly help from MDOT. The 2 other grants we applied for were both water related, so lead and copper related. The first is to conduct DSMI activities for effectively identifying lead in our water system. Unfortunately, we were not selected for that. Having not been selected for that has pushed us to kind of rethink our strategy on that. We have about another 4 years to complete those activities. We had already been anticipating that and budgeting for it without this grant, so that shouldn't be a problem. Had we gotten it, that would simply have freed up those monies for other things in our water fund, which could use it. And lastly, and unfortunately, again, I have to say that we weren't selected. I don't think it was because we didn't put together a solid, proper proposal, but it was somewhat limited funding, but it was through the MEDC for the Water Resource Infrastructure Grant. Again, this was to address lead and copper infrastructure issues. But also it coupled together a streetscape plan if it were affected by the underground activity. We effectively tried to use it as an opportunity to solve our whole problem. We have an unknown issue. The extent of our lead and copper issue is somewhat unknown. This grant would have allowed us to effectively take care of the problem in its entirety with a 10% match, which would have cost us about $300,000, which would have been right where we needed to be to get this problem solved. Again, fortunately, we didn't get it, but I will continue to be seeking out those opportunities for that, particularly in infrastructure.
Very good, thank you.
You may have done some of this in the last question, but the question is, the statement is, problem solving is a major component of the city manager's job description. Please share the last major issue you solved in your municipal career.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's an ongoing one. I do think if, once we get it, it would be probably the biggest problem that I've solved. For us, the financial component of that is difficult. The record aspect of that is difficult. So there's a lot of this problem with that infrastructure that just pertains to being able to prove what is where. And if you can't, then you have to dig it up and look at it. So that is a daunting task. As I said, we've have a plan for the next 4 years to do that, which includes proper budgeting for each year to ensure that we can dig up enough to meet the requirements that we are expected of by Eagle. So I would say while that's not complete by any means, we've certainly done a lot of planning for it. So I feel as though I'm on our way to solving that problem. Another issue that we did have in town were, and it's somewhat of an ongoing issue, but it's zoning issues. We had a lot of non-compliance, a lot of things going on, a lot of uses going on in districts that weren't in the zoning ordinance. Some of those things were things that would be natural to be happening in that district, so there was really no reason why it shouldn't be in the zoning ordinance. A few of the others, not so much. You know, they didn't adhere to the makeup in the of those zones. So we did some zoning changes to our zoning ordinance to effectively make those things compliant that did fit within the fabric of those districts, particularly or namely mixed-use apartments. But downtown, a B1 area where every single building had an apartment above it, but no mixed use in the zoning ordinance. So there were a few people who were using them, a lot of people who weren't using them. I'm not sure if that was particularly because they knew that it wasn't allowed in the zoning ordinance, but in either way, it wasn't promoted and it wasn't established, right? It wasn't codified. So we went through the zoning ordinance. I do intend on doing a larger dive into it, but that was something that needed to be done quickly so that we could begin to effectively police the ordinance violations that were truly outside of the norm, and be able to do that in good faith by saying, all of this stuff is now compliant. The things that should be compliant are compliant. The things that aren't compliant, these are what we're going to be moving forward on. And that's something that we've done a lot of in the last 2 years, and I think has gone a long way to organize the village and to get everybody on the same page that there are these rules that we need to be using as our guidance.
Justin, we believe that researching a community before interviewing is an important factor for us to consider. Can you tell us anything about the history of the building we are currently in?
The building that we're currently in, it used to be a part of the railroad, and it was renovated in 2008. I guess it was essentially vacant beforehand, not underutilized. I don't know when the city acquired it, but through a bonding process, and you have turned it into a wonderful city hall.
We're about to wrap things up. Can you please take a couple of minutes and summarize why you believe you're the right fit to become the new Mount Pleasant City Manager?
Yeah. I think if you talk to my current employees or other people I've worked with, they would tell you that I'm the type of person that people do want to work for and work with. I think that I have the ability to be public face. I do think I have the ability to communicate adequately and effectively with in all directions, right? So your relationship with your board is different than it is with employees, is different than it is with the media or residents or anybody. So understanding the nuances of those different relationships and how to communicate effectively with them, I think is really essential to being a quality manager, and that is something that I pride myself on being able to do. As I've mentioned, I am a member of the community. I haven't been here that long, but I really do enjoy being here and could see myself being here for quite a long time. And we've begun to already to lay down our roots a bit here, and I can see that continuing. I'd be speaking against myself if I said you couldn't be an effective manager if you weren't in the town that you were in. However, with a place like that, Mount Pleasant, I think that is important, and is the only way that you can really affect any sort of change if you understand what it is that the residents and the council want to do. So being a part of the community, I think, would help me in doing that positively. And again, kind of coming back to that, some of the theme of the beginning of that answer is truly understanding, that a manager's job is to implement the will of the council, right? I think that can become contentious sometimes in some communities when that dynamic isn't understood. And through some of the, high-level talks and interactions that I've been involved in outside of city management, but also having dealt with some of these issues in my current board, I believe that I'm very well positioned to, take what it is that you all are collectively formulating as your ideas and your vision and implementing them.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Justin, please share the most important contribution you have made to your current community.
Okay. In a concrete sort of policy sense, we've been able to drive a lot of new development through adopting marijuana ordinances. It's somewhat difficult to highlight, for some obvious reasons, but the reality is, having done that has brought a significant amount of revenue directly to the village itself, that we are able to use to bolster some funds to really invest in projects and in the community that otherwise were not going to happen. And so while I understand that that's a contentious thing to possibly say, the reality is for the finances and for the development of town, that has played a huge role. And so I was asked to pursue that when I came there. I did that. I think I did that well. I crafted the ordinances. I spent a lot of time speaking with other communities to find out the best way to do it. Also under realizing that, we were probably not going to be the first destination for some of these businesses. And so to try and figure out a way to make sure that we still had proper control over the process, but not make it too arduous for anyone. I think that I struck that balance quite well. And that has led to some, as I mentioned, some significant investment. As a whole, I don't, sometimes it's difficult for me to, toot my own horn, if you will, but I think I've been a settling presence for many. And I've been told that quite often by members of our council, by members of the business community. And that, I think, has had an overall positive effect. There was a bit of a notion of a negative narrative around our town sometimes. And knowing that, I spent a lot of time trying to turn that around. And in the way that I handle myself with the press, in the way that I handle myself with some individuals that perhaps were a part of this idea, and really reminding everybody that, you know, we can control our own narrative. And so if we are telling people that things are bad, then people perceive it as being bad. But if we, you know, if we are positive and we are telling people that, hey, you know, we're working towards doing these great things and we're trying to get better at this X, Y, and Z, you should come join us. You should come, you know, find out what it's about. That's a whole different perspective. So that's something that I've tried to focus on, and I think has had an overall positive effect on the town.
Thank you, Justin.
So Justin, if you were selected, when would you plan to begin your service in Mount Pleasant?
I have a month, you know, separation in my current contract.
Okay.
So it would at least need to be that, and then however else, you know, I think that would be something that we could definitely sort out quickly.
Thank you.
Please describe how you would view the role of the city commission if you were selected to be our next city manager.
Sorry, role of the commission.
Please describe how you would view the role of the city commission if you were selected as our city manager.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. I think I touched a little bit on this already, but, you know, I really, you know, you are the elected body, you know, you are the response of the citizenry. So, you know, it is your purview to set policy, and, you know, that policy should be within a overall vision for the town. As administrator, you know, it is to administer that policy. So I really do believe in the council management system as being the most efficient and effective form of local government, you know, for the properly sized towns. But that does come from having a informed, active, you know, quality commission. And but at the end of the day, even, you know, as somebody who provides support and analysis for policies and all of that stuff, you know, that's a time frame where I can make it clear that this is what I believe, or, you know, team believes is the proper path. If that's not chosen, then that's not chosen, and then that's, you know, and what is chosen is what our path is now, right? So I don't agree with administrations trying to subvert any sort of decisions that a council makes.
Great, thank you.
Again, you've partially answered this already, but can you tell us what specifically drew you to apply to the position here in Mount Pleasant?
Yeah, you know, I'm very grateful to my current community, you know, for the opportunity that I've had there, and I've had the opportunity to learn a ton. I do a lot of daily tasks that in a large organization that the manager wouldn't, but it's given me the opportunity to learn a lot of the technical kind of ins and outs of what a city does. So my ambition to, you know, potentially leave there is not driven by anything negative that I've been experiencing there, but is, you know, as we've talked about, I truly believe Mount Pleasant is an excellent community. It's a great place to be, and for me personally, professionally, it would be a very clear, positive step in my career. Right? It's a much larger organization. It's a different scenario. When I started my current job, I was very upfront and honest with them that, you know, I was looking to pursue a long and positive career in city management, and that would take me other places other than where I am now. And so Mount Pleasant would be more than a step for me. So,
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here with us today, Justin. Do you have any questions for us?
yeah. I guess I'm somewhat curious if your decision to seek a manager from an outside organization is deliberate, or just somewhat of the nature of who applied and things like that? Or because is that a vision on your part to sort of bring in fresh eyes?
Justin, I think the decision to bring in candidates that were from outside the organization was based off a early conversation that we had about people who already had experience in city management. I think that obviously we're not the biggest city, but we have a lot going on, I think, as you alluded to earlier in your in the question and answer. And so one of the things we were looking for was someone who had management experience. And so you fit that bill. So that's one of the reasons you're here.
Thank you. And how, you asked me about, my perception of the commission. Kind of the reverse of that question for the manager. I mean, when you were looking for a manager, when you're seeking someone to be working with, how much of that are you expecting, or what are you looking for in terms of not advice, but the relationship between the manager and the account commission, right? If it's not always going to be the same for every individual, you're not always going to agree. So what do you expect them? How do you expect the manager to respond to you?
I'd like to take that if I can, Will. Commissioner.
Sure, if you want to.
I'm going on my 6th year as a city commissioner. And our current city commissioner has always tried to do whatever she could to either try to bring us into a consensus or find a middle ground. Or if I was looking for information, she always readily got back to me and then shared the information with the rest of the commission. Even just recently, I asked her to send out some information that I had because of my years of experience to some of the newer commissioners, so they have that when I leave at the end of the year. So I think the biggest portion for me was that she treated us all the same and tried to work with us consistently all the same, not favoring one or the other, and trying to find some solution that we all could then get on board with. So almost like a mediator or a facilitator for our different views and ideas.
Excellent. I think we're running up on the hour here, so
The hook's out, huh?
I don't want to get dragged out of here, so.
Well, thank you so much for
Yes.
being with us this morning.
Thank you.
You did an awesome job, and I know how nerve-wracking that is, so you did very well.
It
Thank
certainly
you.
can be. Thank you. I appreciate that, and I appreciate everyone's time.
We appreciate your time as well.
Thank you, Justin.
Where is she going?
Not recently.
different. Hopefully we get back to it at some point this year, maybe next, I don't know.
I think people are still taking a little bit of a break, John. so.
What's that?
Everybody should be back in a minute.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's fun and nice now.
Welcome.
Sometimes. All right. Hi, John.
Hi there.
Mind if I call you John?
Absolutely.
All right. My name is Will Joseph. I'm the mayor of the City Commission, and thank you for being with us today. We have 24 questions, so we're just going to kind of hop into it. And I just again, thank you for being here.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you.
We're excited to get to know you. Please take a couple of minutes and tell us about yourself, both professionally and personally.
Sure, thank you. First of all, thanks so much for this opportunity. This is really a humbling experience for me to be considered for this position. So I do want to thank you for that. So professionally, I've been a public servant for most of my adult life here in the state of Michigan. Worked in a couple of different communities recently in Washington County. Currently, I'm the city manager in Chelsea, and I've been there 14 years. So I have a passion for public service. It's the kind of work that you're either made for it or you aren't. And I feel like that I was made for this kind of work. Feel like I've had a lot of great success in my career. And what's really served me well professionally is having a collaborative leadership style, being an open and honest and team approach leader and city manager. You have to be accessible not only to your commission or your staff, but the residents and the business community, as well as any visitors to town. So professionally, and I know there's probably a lot of more deeper questions about professional things, so I guess I'll just move on to personal life. I've been married it'll be 25 years in October. I have 3 children. 2 of them are young adults. I do have one son who's just turned 17 and is will wrap up his senior year in high school in Chelsea. City managers always probably have a fine line of work-life balance with commitments of the position and the multiple community involvement things that you do, and as well as the night commitments that you have. So in my free time, when I do have it, I've been a basketball coach for about 20 years, and it's really boys and girls. My oldest child's a daughter, and my other 2 children are sons. So I coach them and their friends and their teammates for many years, and it's something that I still do and enjoy. And probably, pretty sure other than maybe the UP crew, I'm probably the only curling instructor city manager. So the sport of curling, which is the fastest growing sport in America, hopefully you'll tune in during the Olympics in 2022. We have a gold medal winning team. So that's something I picked up a little bit later in life. Now that, physically my knees aren't really, they're suitable for sitting on a bench, but not really for running up and down on the court. So believe it or not, curling's a pretty low impact sport on your body. So those are things I like to do. I like to think of myself as a lifelong learner. I'm really into music. I do a lot of reading when I do have free time. So that's a little bit about me.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John. My name is Amy Perschbacher. I'm the Vice Mayor of Mount Pleasant. Since you were notified that you had made the list of the 4 finalists, please share what steps you have taken to get to know Mount Pleasant.
Sure, thank you. So when the position was first announced, obviously the first deep dive you do is, why is the position open? And, what's the reason for that? And I knew that Mount Pleasant had a very stable city manager leadership history. And so that intrigued me about the position. And so, after I did make the final 4, I started going through the various documents that you do have available online, both formally with your city website and then also with the local media through the Morning Sun. I'm now a subscriber. I don't know if anybody's here, but I did pay my $1, so thanks for this subscription. And so it's really just, it's the formal search and that's available to everybody. You have a great website. It's easy to use. I have watched a number of your meetings, not all of them, but a number of them. And so really that was the first step, is to really try to understand without talking to anybody first. And I know we'll probably have more questions related to this, but yesterday was really great too, meeting with the staff and at the various levels. And I think I interviewed with 30 some people yesterday, which was great. So.
Welcome, John. My name is Lori Gillis. I'm glad you're here today. Thank you. Have you had the opportunity to review our Mount Pleasant 2050 master plan? And if so, please share your perspective on that plan.
Yeah, thank you. So I've reviewed it. I can't say that I'm an expert on that document, but some of the highlights, pulling through the document. This is a little different for me. Sorry, we have flat microphones. I got to get used to that. Looking at the Mission Street project, I think that's really critical, and that's always a real challenge when it's most of our streets were built in Michigan to be friendly for cars and not necessarily for multimodal transportation. So I think looking at that as a transformational thing for the city is really important. I think the center project, I think that's the nomenclature for it. I think that's, and I know that the city acquired that, I believe, in 2016. And obviously that's such a huge property and there's so many moving parts. I think that's a very, very critical, part of that vision and plan. Mm-hmm. And I know that, my understanding is the archaeological part of it. I nailed that term the first time. Yesterday I had to fumble over it a couple times, but I know that's a really big step here that's taking place, and will help set what happens there, I guess, moving forward. So those are the two large ones that come to mind. I know the Broadway lofts next door. I know that's wrapping up, and I know that's part of that plan, and hopefully that will finish up here. And I think that's a great thing for your downtown to have. That's the best way to improve your downtown is to add residents to it. So those are some of the highlights. But I can't say that I can tell you what's on page 5 or table 7. But sure. I have reviewed it.
Great, thank you, sir.
Yeah, hi, John. My name is George Ronan. I've been on the commission for a couple of years, I guess. I'm sure you've had a chance to see our downtown. What immediate suggestions do you have to enhance its vibrancy? And what experiences do you have in improving downtowns? Yeah,
sure. So straight away, and that's one of having, I've been coming to Mount Pleasant. My brother was a freshman here in the fall of 1984. So I've been coming to Mount Pleasant in central Michigan for a long time. He is older than me, I will disclose that. But really, a couple things. One is making sure that visitors know that the downtown is here. So the wayfinding, and that there's an awareness that, hey, there is a downtown. There's more than Mission Street. Mission Street's great. And there's more than the university. The university is awesome. So that's one of the first steps. The walkability of your downtown is in my opinion, is very strong. And I know it's probably, in pre-COVID, it was probably, and I'm not sure the history if you've ever closed Broadway before, probably not in the form that is now for this length of time. And what an impact that's had in a good way on the walkability and the idea that this is a place that I would want to walk to or want to be. So I'm not advocating that you close it permanently, but looking at it differently. And that's what all of us have to do with the historic downtowns is, there are constraints with setbacks and in sidewalks, and sometimes there's, pretty significant grade variations in the sidewalk. So having a good built environment is one thing, but also having the look and feel that, hey, this is a place that I want to be. I think the painting on the pavement, I think that those are easy ones in a sense because they're relatively low cost. For a day or so they're high impact because you have to close a street. But the fact that, hey, this is my wife's actually with me today because we're heading out of town for an anniversary thing. But she said, wow, that's pretty cool. The streets are painted. And that's something that's striking right away. So kind of to wrap it up, the fact that you're adding residents to downtown, that's critical. You have a signature building with retail on the bottom, and that's fantastic. I mean, that's as solid. And to use a football analogy, that's like a good run game. You have a mixed use development that's new that brings people to downtown. So you have that, you have walkability, And then you have those extra things like either closing the street or adding parklets, which is, the additional outdoor seating. And again, pre-COVID, probably those weren't even really thought about that much. Not in Michigan, we tend to close the doors up when around hunting day on November 15th. So all of those things I think are really are in the right direction for Mount Pleasant or anywhere.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Commissioner Alsager. Over the next 12 to 28 months, the city is expecting several retirements to occur. What steps would you take in the first 6 months to ensure an effective succession and transition plan, and what components would you be looking for?
Yeah, sure. That's always a great question, especially in these times. So with the size of the organization and the experience levels of staff, one of the things I thought that was really, really cool was when in the first panel interview was there was a number of folks who had been here, 10 years, 15 years, and I know the clerks have been here for 5 months. And I think that's a real strength in your organization, that you have people at different levels in their career. So, and it's going to vary on the position, obviously. If it's something where there's a promotion opportunity from within for retention, I think that's always a great look, especially with how strong your organization appears to be from the outside. And that's only from, a day of interviewing and a couple of weeks of reviewing your materials and then going back through your past history. But I think when the opportunity is there, promote from within. And then really and this is a challenge across the entire country and probably even the, Western world is with police and fire retention and then also replacement. And so in talking with folks yesterday and knowing that you do have a good benefit package for those types of positions, it's just moving into, when necessary, an active recruitment mode. And that's one of the things about, being in one place for a while, like I have been. You do establish connections with, people in your organization who may know somebody else that might be interested in a job. I mean, obviously you have to be qualified, but it's sort of the base of your network for recruiting better and new employees.
You.
Welcome, John.
Thank you.
I'm Commissioner Tolis, Petro Tolis. I'm going on 3 years on the city commission here, and I've served 8 years on the city zoning board, chairing it for the 8 years. Building and maintaining community partnership is critical. Our relationship with the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan and Central Michigan University, along with other units of the government, are a primary focus of the city manager. Please describe the community partnerships you have created and maintained in your community and how you would foster those important partnerships here in the city of Mount Pleasant.
Yeah, sure. So with most city manager jobs, there are some level of regional appointments, and that really, even if you're brand new to this line of work, it kind of gives you a blueprint on how things could work. And, my current involvement on a regional basis, I'm a commissioner on the Michigan Public Power Agency. We have a regional building authority in Chelsea with the surrounding townships. I'm the vice president for that organization. We did create a Parks and Recreation Commission in Chelsea that had been defunct for a number of years, and I serve on that committee. So that's the beyond the norm, beyond the other functional areas. But as far as creating partnerships, we're with our townships in the surrounding area in Chelsea. And I apologize. I'm going to say we a lot because that's who I am and that's how what served me well. But we have regional water and sewer authorities in our area in Chelsea, and we're working on making that a larger and more collaborative process. We have a township that does provide water and sewer, and the rest of them don't. So we've been meeting together after prior to I arrived there, many years of distrust and really not open animosity, but really a lack of cooperation. So I've been really instrumental in helping bring the townships and the city together to talk about our common interests and making sure that there's some mutual partnerships to make things work. And again, being a city and a county, there's always a number of opportunities working with the county, and especially with the county seat being right here in Mount Pleasant, and also Mount Pleasant being the largest city in the county, that's certainly an advantage. And it gives you somewhat of a built-in advantage, but you have to be sensitive of that when you're partnering with either Union Township or some of the other surrounding areas. As far as partnering with maybe non-government organizations or third parties, we in Chelsea there's 2 retirement communities, and we have an advisory group that meets every so often to make sure that we're meeting the needs of the folks that are there. So.
Thank you, sir.
Right, good morning, John. My name is Olivia Simon. Please explain how you envision transitioning from a smaller municipality with few employees to a community of 26,000 with 136 full-time employees.
Yeah, so when I started doing my research on Mount Pleasant and looking at how your structure is here, it's very similar, actually. Clearly we have fewer employees, but we're organized into divisions. We have utilities division, administrative services, and then public safety, which is very similar to here. The budget responsibility is close to the same. We have about a $20 million budget in Chelsea. So from a dollar amount perspective, it's very similar. And really, when you move from, we're a full service community in Chelsea. This is a full service community on some level, because Chelsea is a public power community. Which means we own and operate the electric utility. That does add a level of complexity to the city manager responsibility there. So that would be one less thing that, I'm actually the general manager of that as well as the city manager, so that would be one less thing that I would be responsible for. But the community I'm in has all of the, we have a ZBA, we have a planning commission, we have a DDA. We don't currently have an LDFA or a principal shopping district, but those are the things that have been discussed in the past. So to prepare for that, it is different, because obviously if you want to communicate through a larger organization, you maybe have to change some of the traditional pathways that I've used as a manager in a smaller town. But it's really just looking at the existing systems that are here. And again, based on your history and success of the managers here, I'm going to assume that that's worked well. And so, other than if there's something that the staff identifies that didn't work so well, I wouldn't expect changing any of that. And ultimately, in city manager roles, you're accountable to everyone, but you have that. You're accountable to the residents and the voters and the business community. You're accountable to the city commission, to the boards and commissions, and then to your own staff. And all of that's exactly the same, whether it's 100,000 or 1,000 people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John, we realize that you are interviewing to be our city manager. However, if you were recently elected to your first term on the Mount Pleasant City Commission, what would be your top 2 goals for 2022?
Well, it'd be to hire a great city manager would be the first one. The second one is to, if you're brand new, and I've never run for elected office, and that's we know it's a tough job, and it can be it's most of the times it's a very thankless job, even in the best of times. But it's really, and I'm someone who I like to fix things, and so I like to understand how things work, and I like to reverse engineer things. So it would be to try and understand, as much as I could about what has worked well, and then also maybe what hasn't worked as well. And that could be budget, that could be, staffing, it could be, a relationship that used to be strong. I mean, you have obviously the 2 most obvious community partners here is the Central Michigan University and then the tribe, and making sure that those relationships are sound and solid. And if they're not, they had to be at one point, so how do we get back to that point? So.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
All right, so John, as I'm sure you know, not every project turns out the way it's planned. Sometimes there are disappointments that come with municipality or municipal government. Please share the last project or issue you were involved in that didn't go as planned in your community? And what did you learn from it?
Sure. So as I mentioned, Chelsea's a public power community, and we have effectively what is a power sandwich. So the town is fed by 3 different transformers. And the center part of town, which is primarily residential, and then the historic downtown, needed a new transformer and a voltage upgrade. It was a completely different voltage from the other parts of town. And I promise I won't go in depth into detail about public power, but when we were doing that conversion, we had a timeline that we had to meet. We had to have power provided, and we were able to meet that deadline. But throughout that project, when doing the conversion means replacing every wire in that section of town, every transformer on a pole. And so that took longer than anybody wanted it to take. It's dangerous work. There's variabilities, there's trees, there's squirrels. Squirrels are the bane of public power. So it took longer. And again, when you're turning people's power off, and we all have lived through that, I think, in the last week with the storm, and that's a storm event, and people can accept that a little bit better. But when you have to voluntarily and then mandatorily turn their power off, really learned about managing expectations better. We could have done a better job about on the front end, and we did everything that the book says you're supposed to do, right? You have public meetings, you talk to your local media, you deliver flyers, you knock on doors, you do all of those things. You're still, as even your best effort, you're going to miss some people, and so some of the people we missed were dissatisfied, and so you end up spending, if you can really front end the communication piece, you spend a whole lot less time on the back end explaining why or why not, or frankly apologizing that something took so long.
Thank you.
Excellent answer, thank you. Have you had the opportunity to review the current Mount Pleasant's $31 million budget? Are there things that stand out to you in the budget, and what are your thoughts on the overall finances?
I have reviewed it. I think that it's the general fund. You're in great shape currently. I think you have. I'm sure you have a policy objective to have a certain amount of percent reserves, and I think you're at that point. And it looks like I think the number is about 85,000. If everything would hold in the budget for the next year, that you'd be finish another 85,000 at a positive in the fund balance, which is good. I think that all of us in municipal government are still waiting to see, and with a resurgence of COVID here, we're waiting to see what impact that may have on the business community and property values. But I think that your budget is in very good shape. It's very well presented. I can't commend you enough. I know you've won awards for that, and I think that's great, but it's also very readable. So from the general fund side, I think things are in really good shape. I like the fact that you have funds dedicated to economic development. I think that's important. I think now more than ever, when there's so much uncertainty, if you can continue to fund those, and that may shift, that may look differently based on what COVID presents or what the economy presents. I think having those in there. I think that probably the two areas I think would be of concern would be not your police and fire, OPEB, and everybody knows the acronym OPEB, hopefully, and other post-employee benefits. I think that's in great shape, reviewing your financials. I think it's the other group that's an area of concern, not an area of alarm, because it's something you can manage through, and I've done that in the current job that I'm in. And then also your large infrastructure project, your water resource recovery facility, $16.5 million. No matter how you slice it, if you borrow money, you don't have $12 million in the bank to pay for it. And if you're going to borrow money, on a 12-year, simple math on a 12-year basis, it's $1 million a year, right? So where's that debt service payment going to come from in future budgets? And there's two ways, and that's enhance revenue, which is raise rates or enhance the base and have more customers, or it's reduce costs. And that's the case. You can't reduce costs. You don't have enough room in your budget to accommodate a million or $800,000 debt service payment. So not an area of alarm, but an area of concern if that project is going to move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Providing excellent customer service is a hallmark of good governance. Please share in detail the last time you went out of your way to solve a citizen concern or complaint.
Yeah, so this is recent. Where I live, Tuesday's trash day, and Chelsea still picks up trash. It's part of the municipal function there. And even though everybody knows your trash is supposed to be, out at the curb at a certain time, somebody called the office and the trash wasn't there. And so I have a pickup, and so rather than arguing with them or debating, because here you don't know what's going on in their life. I mean, they didn't get their orange bag to the curb on time. That's probably what the facts say. So I drove over there and picked up the trash myself and took it to the our local transfer station. So that's just one small example of that. But those are the kind of things you can do. You can do that whether it's the city manager or the director of public works. It's the extra things, because in this council chamber, we'll talk about $31 million budgets, or we'll talk about wastewater plants. But most people, their interaction with us is on a day-to-day basis. And they just appreciate one, you listening, or two, going a little bit extra. We always try and do that. Wherever I work, we've always tried to instill that, not just in me. I mean, I'm going to be perfectly frank. I don't really want to be the secondary garbage collection system wherever I'm at. But I think that if you create a culture where, one, you go that extra step, but then you also have the explanation step to the resident that, hey, you don't shame them or criticize them for not having it out there. Just say, hey, just a reminder, we'd like things out there by, X amount of, whatever time of the day. And most people are compliant after that.
Thank you, John.
John, leadership is an important quality to lead any organization. The City Commission is searching for continued excellence as we appoint a new city manager. Please describe what you believe makes a good leader and your experience as a leader.
Honesty, integrity, persistence, accountability. So those are one-word answers for leadership. You have to develop a culture in municipal service. You have to develop a culture of service. You have to develop a culture of trust. And that's from the city commission down to the part-timer who mows the parks in the summertime. You have to have a shared vision across the board. You have to have communication up and down the line. You can't be afraid as a city manager to take criticism, constructive or otherwise, from anyone in your organization. And so overlaying that into the my personal experience. When I started in my current position, there was a lot of distrust amongst the staff. Nobody wanted to be promoted because everybody thought if you got promoted, it meant you were out of the union and you're going to be fired. So we had to change that dynamic. There was a lot of mistrust with the community. There was billing issues. Having a public power community comes with additional challenges as a utility. And so, I walked into a situation where folks were overbilled or underbilled by the tune of millions of dollars. And so, I had to put in place a system to change that. So we have a review of the top 18 customers, that there's a demarcation point about the size of utility bills that for whatever reason in Chelsea breaks at like 18. So that's a technical thing, but that, you have to, you have to have develop the culture, but then you also have to have the systems in place to ensure that your culture is successful. And so I think that I've done that. I think that, the challenge of the last year and 3 months or so is put every organization of every kind to task and to challenge. And I think that our organization has come through strong. I know that yours has as well. And I think that I can bring that same level of excellence and commitment here, because having served in the same community for 14 years, you see a lot of trends, and you're there long enough to see trends, and you're there long enough I think this is a collective bargaining year in Chelsea as well, and so we have one contract finished. We're wrapping up another one, and this will be, it's either contract 8 or 9 or 9 and 10 that we've settled in Chelsea. But if you move communities every 2 or 3 years, you never really have to stick around to see either the fruits of your good work or the deficiencies of your missteps. I mean, the easiest thing in the world is to come in and, talk to all of you about, hey, we're really going to raise all these rates for the wastewater plant, and then dip out after 3 years and not be here for that, or leave. That's going to be a long construction project, and that's something that, with my current position, it's stable and comfortable, but I have no interest. Everyone wants to be stable, but to truly grow as a person and a leader, you have to get uncomfortable sometimes. And so it's one of the reasons I really desired this position.
Thank you.
Becoming a part of the community from day one is critical to the managerial success. Please share your community involvement with your current employer and what you would do in the city of Mount Pleasant.
Sure. So with city manager, comes in any community, comes the formal established committees you're assigned to, whether it's a town and gown council or DDA or Parks and Rec. But beyond that, it starts with being visible in the community. It's going to the farmer's market. It's being seen there. It's being involved in the community events. I know you have a concert series. It's being there. And the good news is these are all things that I like to do. And so it starts with that kind of visibility. And then in my current role, I serve on the executive board for the Chamber of Commerce. The city manager has a seat on the Chamber of Commerce board. And so I've been fortunate enough to be in the leadership group for about 10 years. And so that's something that, I don't know much about the Chamber of Commerce here, but it's something that I think that would be appropriate involvement, either informally, but if we have staff already assigned to that, I would certainly don't need to duplicate the effort, but I would certainly make myself available. It's also, with the various service clubs, with Kiwanis and Rotary, there's a Lions Club, there's a number of those kind of clubs. It's great if staff is involved in those already, but that's the kind of thing as a city manager, you should make yourself accessible to those community groups and whoever it is, and give your time to them. I think it's with the other community partners here, with the 2 schools that you have here in town, and then obviously the university. I think it's through the formal structure, but it's also just being available.
Thank you, sir.
Unions play an important and vital role in our organization. What experience do you bring to Mount Pleasant in working with unions and contract negotiations, and how would you describe your relationship with unions?
So I've been in 2 communities spanning the last 17 and a half years. I've been the lead negotiator with Teamsters Local 214, which is utilities and public works and those type of folks. And then with in my current role with the POAM, the Police Officers Association of Michigan. So again, I've settled probably, as a lead negotiator, anywhere from 12 to 14 contracts over the last 17 years. So I have very direct experience with that. I use the interest-based bargaining style, and that's, there's really only a couple of ways you can do negotiations, and sort of the traditional old school way is the back and forth proposal. Everyone has a proposal. I have a proposal. Mine says 3%, yours says 0%, and then we meet in the middle. And that's not how I collectively bargain. It's one of mutual interest with the bargaining group, and also the interests of the city commission and the community, because those are really one and the same when you get to the bargaining table. I'm happy to report, never had a contract go to mediation or arbitration where I've been the lead negotiator. When I was in Royal Oak, which had police and fire unions, there was a couple of times where I was on the negotiating team. I was a more junior staff member, and so I did do preparation for mediation and arbitration. So it's been a while, but I'm familiar with that process and what that looks like. And frankly, having gone through that, it's probably shaped me as a negotiator to know that if you can really, really avoid that, it's always in everybody's best interest.
Thank you.
John, having a vision for the city is necessary to become a premier city manager. Please take the next couple of minutes and describe your vision for Mount Pleasant over the next 3 to 5 years.
So in the next 3 to 5 years, it's critical that Mount Pleasant, continues to maintain its level of service based on resources that could become constrained because of COVID or other outside economic factors. The end vision after 5 years is a community that has stronger partnerships with the tribe, stronger partnerships with the university, a community that in that 5 years has changed its overall percent of rental units to more owner occupied. I think that's critical to the long-term success of Mount Pleasant as a community. I know that the area, and the census numbers came out, and there's a lot of discussion on our manager's listserv about some of the validity of those numbers. But I know that it's another area concern that if there is a population loss, and probably most of that's attributed to change in enrollment, but whether it is or it isn't is ensuring that this becomes a place that people want to live here. You can go to school here, you can go to college here, and then let's get folks to stay here, and let's get them to work here, and let's get them to live here. I think your branding, your Meet Here branding campaign it's fantastic. It's simple. Visually it's great, and I think it's a great start. Campaigns, advertising campaigns are just a great start. So you already have that in place. But really, the vision is a strong, growing community, and growing doesn't mean doubling or tripling. It means at least maintaining the level of quality of life that you have, and then also the things I talked about, changing some of the occupancy numbers to people who are they're more owner-oriented, and that brings more of a sense of community. And that's a challenge that every community, with the university faces. And so there's a balance. I mean, there's certainly the right room for rental housing. But if the numbers in enrollment are accurate, and if you lost 4,000 students over a period of time, that's 4,000 housing units that are vacant, whether it's in dorms or apartments or houses, and making sure that that housing is filled, because that adds to the vibrancy of the community. But you have such, and I mean this, you have such great. Your downtown has great visuals. It's got great bones, if you will. You're in a great location. You are accessible to highways. There's everything anybody could want. So it's really the vision is telling that story and making sure that if you come here that you maybe you came to like I do frequently to coach basketball, or if you visit the casino, if that's your thing, that you come here and that you want to stay here. And that's really I think a next step as part of the vision for the city.
Thank you, John.
So our organization is built on effective teamwork across all of the departments. Please share with us the last time you used your skills to foster teamwork within your organization.
Yeah, that's an everyday occurrence, and it starts. We have a strategic planning process that really tries to bring everybody on the team in the community together, and that's the city council. We have an open forum in February. We're on a July 1, June 30 fiscal year there, so it's just different. It's not good or bad. It's just a different cycle. So we start meeting in February in anticipation of the upcoming budget year, and we talk about priorities. We don't talk about numbers. We don't talk about what something might cost. We talk about what do we want to accomplish? What do we think we can accomplish? And that really helps shape the vision for the budget setting process. And it's beyond a capital improvements plan, because a CIP is just that. It's more the physical built environment, but it's we want to launch a new advertising campaign. We want to engage youth more. Those are all things that start as part of that visioning session. So that's the framework for teamwork for the entire year. And with that in place, everybody has a real good understanding of what the expectations are. And then when it comes budget time, the council, in this case, the commission, has a real good understanding. Not that you don't now, but I'm just letting you know how I've done things for the past 14 years. You have a really good understanding that, okay, Public Works is asking for a new vac truck because the one they have was in service when all of us were in high school. But that you understand that. I used that joke yesterday. It went over a lot better. Sorry. So everyone has an understanding that this is what we're going to do. Hey, this is the year. We're doing Mission Street this year. This is, we have the numbers. We have the raw numbers. We have an idea of what it might look like. This is what it's going to start, when it's going to start. And so we budget to that. And so that's part of that teamwork process. Throughout the year, and I'm the furthest you will find from a micromanager. I manage, but I don't micromanage. I think, and I think part of that comes from my experience as a staff level employee. Everybody, you're hired to do a job, and while you want support from the manager's office and from the administration, you want to be, ideally left to do your job, and then know that you have the support of the manager to help you out if you need it. And so that's part of the, the constant team building process. Part of, as I mentioned in my personal life, I coach basketball, but, I created a soccer club, I started a curling club. And so all of those are collaborative things. So for me, that doesn't really stop at work. It kind of continues once I get home too.
Thank you. Could you please share with the City Commission 2 grants that you have been involved with in your community, and how did receiving the funding improve your town?
The most recent was in the last month or month and a half. There's a warehouse building. The Clock Tower complex is a center feature in downtown Chelsea. And the Rockwell building is a vacant warehouse. It's been vacant for probably 50 years. And we were able to, through MEDC, secure a $500,000 grant to help finish up that residential project. And we also received, on the economic development front, there's the old Longworth Plating, which is a livery, Longworth Plating and livery, which is a weird combination if you think about it. There was horses and then there was, metal plating going on at the same time. But it was a contaminated site right in downtown Chelsea. And again, we were able to secure $500,000 through MEDC to make that project, and that's a successfully completed mixed-use project. It has a grocery store and coffee shop on the ground level and 4 apartments above. We are also able to secure through the Washtenaw County Brownfield Authority $200,000 to do the environmental work at that site, and that was a city-owned site that the DDA had acquired it. So those are the 2 of the most recent. I mean, going all the way back in time, probably the first large grant that I was involved in was through the Michigan Natural Resource Trust Fund grant program, and was able to acquire $1 million grant for the Salter Community Center in Royal Oak.
Great.
And grants are great. Most of them have strings that are attached to them that you have to be prepared for. There's a lot of reporting that comes with them. So they're not always the panacea that they may seem on the surface, but especially in economic development and the incentives that are available, they're definitely worth acquiring and going after.
Great, thank you.
Again, I think you answered some of this already, but we do view problem solving as a major component of a city manager's job description. Share the last major issue you solved in your municipal career. What's the last thing you solved?
So it's tough to, and that's, you're right, absolutely 100%. That's a big part of what you do. So I'm trying to pick out the electric system in Chelsea, solving that, because we had a superintendent of the electric department was retiring, and when I started there, it was basically, yeah, good luck with that. So that was the guidance. And in full disclosure, what I knew about public power before I went to work there was, you move the switch, the light goes on, you move the switch, the light goes off. And so, I had to learn fast and quickly about that system. So when we did that conversion I mentioned earlier, and it spanned 2016 to 2018, the project wasn't financed. We at the time, we didn't know how we were going to pay for it. There wasn't really a project conceptualization for it. We had to go through the hardship of turning power off for, 1/3 of the population. And that's to give you, like being like, imagine downtown Broadway being turned off, in phases over a week. That was a very, very, difficult challenge. And there isn't any guidance, there's no, there's other public power agencies, but nobody can help you with that. You have to use your abilities and your wisdom and the folks that you work with to work your way through a project like that. And things like that will come up from time to time. I know here again with the water resource recovery facility, similar challenge in Chelsea. When I started there, Chelsea was in the process of losing a lawsuit on wastewater capacity. And so the challenge was to build a new wastewater plant, and other than we know where it's going to go, we have no idea how we're going to pay for it. We have no idea how big it's going to be. And then you have to that's when you have to manage. You have to investigate the problem, work with your team, communicate to council, and solve the problem.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, John, we believe that researching a community before interviewing is an important factor for us to consider. Can you tell us anything about the history of this building that we're currently in?
This is the old condensed milk factory, this building was built in 1907. I'm a history person, so I know that the old city hall was a couple blocks away down the street. I know that when this building was acquired, I guess sort of the political history, it probably wasn't the most favorable decision in town. But looking around, and I was looking around in awe yesterday, I think you nailed it. I mean, it's a pretty amazing project. This is a great community space. I can't tell you exactly how the milk was processed here, but I know it was a milk factory. I think the loading dock was right there. So that's what I know about the building.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We're about to wrap things up. Can you please take a couple of minutes and summarize why you believe you're the right fit for the new Mount Pleasant City Manager?
I think there's a number of factors that I had to think about before applying, and I know Mr. Walsh pretty well from my professional life, and he could probably back up this. I wasn't actively looking for another job. I was happy and comfortable, but when I started looking into when this opportunity came open and knowing how you're organized internally, it's very similar to the organization that I'm in now. Knowing that you have a stable history of managers, and that's a desire for the community, that you want someone who's going to be here and be part of the community. That's exactly what I want. I'm not, I'm at a stage in my career, I have a long time left to work. I have kids and college tuitions to pay. But I think my desire to be here, and I can tell you this with everybody else in the room, if I'm hired for this position, this is the last job that I will have, as long as you will have me. I can tell you that 100%. When I start looking at your individual challenges that we talked a little bit about before, and I know you have great staff that will hire the right engineers, but sometimes you do need the guidance of somebody who's gone through a big public works project like you're about to launch. And we built a wastewater treatment plant in Chelsea, a little bit smaller in scale, but pretty close, within $3 or $4 million. Looking at your OPEB concerns for the other employee groups minus police and fire, that's a challenge that we were able to look in the eye in Chelsea and frankly overcome. So the issues that you have, your major issues, I have experience with those. All of us that are interviewing today, I believe, are managers, and they've all managed through COVID. But and so we hope that isn't a consideration moving forward. But having guided a full service organization through COVID and up to meeting that challenge again. I've also been in my position long enough where when I started, it was the recession in 2008. So as I said, I've seen those trends. I've been in the community where things haven't been so good. and where the budgets haven't been in the best of shape. And maintaining service was the ultimate goal of what we were trying to do. So we were able to do that. And having had the experience of being somewhere for a while and seeing those trends and going through, staffing changes and council changes. I've worked for 3 mayors, and it's probably closer to 30, but I'm going to say 20 for the sake of accuracy. I've worked with a lot of different personalities over those 14 years. And so I know I'm up to that task here. And I think that also my desire to be here. There's other jobs available. There's other jobs they're closer to where I live now, but it's my desire to be here. It's not because it pays more, because it's about the same, but it is a larger community. It's a great community, and I have a real affinity for Central Michigan University, and to be the manager in that community would really be a pinnacle of my career.
Thank you, John.
Thank you so much for being here with us today, John. Do you have any questions for us?
The staff, it's really more of a statement or a comment. And as I said, I think it was 4 panel interviews yesterday, anywhere from 5 to 7 people. So I got to meet a lot of the folks that work here, and the community pride that they have here, and not just in the organization, but the community was very strong. And so you should be proud of that as a city commission. Moving forward, I guess, how do all of you, and you can answer collectively or individually, how do you view the relationship with the commission and the city manager's office and the organization as a whole? What are your general thoughts on the current? And I'm not talking prospectively, I'm talking about currently.
Thanks, John, for the question. I guess I can't answer for everyone here, but my relationship, and I think the council's relationship with the city manager's office is one. I think the city manager's role is to inform the council on every decision that comes before us as much as we can, and obviously inform us about things that are going on within the organization and the community in those interactions, because sometimes things come up where it's not an action item for the commission, but we want to be aware of either a complaint or a success that's happening in the community. And so I think that's first and foremost the relationship between the council and the city manager's office. And then I think second to that is really exploring the desires of the community and the council, and knowing where all of us are at, and also knowing where staff is on certain issues, and knowing where, as a community, where we can grow and where we can improve, and where we're doing really well. And I'll let other commissioners chime in if they'd like, but.
I've been on the city commission for 6 years. This will be my 6th year at the end of this year. And I find our current city manager is very open to work with all of us to try to find a solution that we can all get on board with. She treats us all the same if we're asking for information or asking to have something presented to us. I think the most favorable thing for her is whenever I inquired on anything or asked for any information, she was able to get it back to me and then provided it to the rest of the city commission so that we all had the same information to go from. Mm-hmm. And she has worked as a mediator and arbitrator for us when we had different values and different views, and did a very awesome job at that. So it's going to be big shoes to fill. I believe we have great candidates, and yourself is one of them that can fill that void and continue on with this level of service that we're currently at. I don't want to backtrack or have a misstep because of the transfer to a new city manager, and that's what I'm looking for, that there isn't any hiccups in this. And so I feel that we have a really good opportunity to do that with our 4 candidates, and yourself is one of them. So
Thank you.
thank you for being here again.
Thank you.
I just want to make one quick comment, John. I think from our current city manager, anytime I've requested something, I've always got it. And basically, we're looking for a city manager that's well-rounded and versed in zoning, versed in contract negotiations, versed in everything. That's the only problem I've had sitting on here as a commissioner for almost 3 years. I was on the zoning board for 8
Right.
years, and they just basically scrapped the whole zoning ordinance because it was too old. And in my opinion, being on a zoning board for 8 years, you don't just scrap something because it's old. If you have a problem that's revisited numerous times, then you go in and separate that problem and correct that problem. So I think you're very qualified, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I guess I'll chime in as well. I think collaborative problem solving in a nutshell. I mean, I don't have anything more to add to that.
Great. Well, thanks so much for the time. Good luck in the process.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
John.
you.
Good.
Many things, that's okay. Normally, I would go and shake everybody's hands, but I extend the virtual handshake this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan, is it okay if I call you Susan?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you for being with us. My name is Will Joseph. I'm the mayor of the city of Mount Pleasant. We have 24 questions for you, so we're just gonna jump into it.
Okay.
And we really appreciate you being here. And
Thank you for the opportunity.
of course, we are excited to get to know you. Please take a couple of minutes and tell us about yourself, both personally and professionally.
I am a mother of five. I have to include my exchange daughter from Norway. And my 17-year-old daughter told me she'd be very angry with me if I did not include Sewell. I had three girls and a boy. I became a grandmother in December. I have a beautiful little granddaughter, just light of all of our lives there. I've had a real varied pathway coming into city management. My mom always said, jack of all trades, master of none. But at the core of who I am as a person is public service. Whatever I have done has always been with a servant's heart. And I want to make a difference in the lives of people that I engage with. And doing this through city management is an opportunity every day to make a difference in the lives of people in the community. I was telling staff yesterday during the interviews with them that they asked, how do I handle stress? I'm a stress baker. So when I'm stressed out, I bake all kinds of goodies, and everybody else gets to reap the rewards of my stress. But meditation is also something that I really try to do. My career span, I served in the church, in the Methodist Church as a pastor for 10 years, and I'm having trouble hearing me. Usually I'm loud enough that everybody can hear me. Sorry about that. I chose to leave the church because of all of the politics in the local church. So here I am in local government where there are no politics, of course. But it's a different feeling in what I do. Again, at the core of who I am a public servant. That is my heart and soul of what I do. My husband encouraged me to go on and go to school to get my full college degrees behind me. So after our son was born, when he was 6 months old, I started my associate's degree. And I did that, obtained an associate's in business management, and then I went on to obtain my bachelor's degree in human services management. Kind of toyed with the idea of becoming a therapist, but when I was going on to my master's program, I saw public administration, and it was something that I fell in love with. The whole outreach. My hat is always off to anybody that is a therapist. It is something that is hard work to do, and that individual work helps all of us. But I wanted to be somebody making a difference in the community on a day-to-day basis. So it's kind of where I'm at. I graduated from U of M Flint in 2013, and well, my classes ended then. I didn't get my degree until 2018, but there's a long story behind that. I'll fill you in some other day on, but I do have all my credentials behind me. Currently, I am attending a high performance leadership academy cohort through the ICMA. It's a 12-week period or 12-week program, and I am in my third week. We're just starting into the third week of that. That will end the first week of November, and I really enjoy that as well. So that's just a little bit about me.
Thank you, Susan.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Susan. My name is Amy Perschbacher. I'm the Vice Mayor of Mount Pleasant. Since you've been notified that you made the list of 4 finalists, what steps have you taken to get to know Mount Pleasant better?
I did reach out to the HR director, to Suzanne. I spoke with her and had a lengthy conversation of things that are going on here. Asked for the culture document that they have, that it explains the workforce culture here at Mount Pleasant. I grew up 45 minutes west of here, so I have known Mount Pleasant all of my life. And I have read through the snippets from your master plan and read through the budget, through the audit report. I've been looking at minutes that you have. I've watched several of the council meetings. COVID was really hard on everybody, but one of the great things about that is we all have our meetings that are available, that you can watch them now. So I feel like I already know you as a council, even though this is the first time I'm meeting you in person. So those are some of the things that I did.
Thank you.
Hi, Susan.
Hi.
My name's Lori Gillis, and welcome. Thank you for coming here today and applying.
Thank you so much.
Have you had the opportunity to review our Mount Pleasant 2050 master plan, which you just briefly touched on? If so, please share your perspective on the plan.
It is really aggressive, and I love that. There's a lot to accomplish in there. Great goal setting. You guys are really concerned about maintaining what Mount Pleasant, who Mount Pleasant is, but looking into the future of how to make all of that happen. Your Mission Street corridor, that speaks volumes to me. Even coming in, you know, we've always come up connecting since I live down near Lansing now. We take 127. My family, we always go to family reunions. I talk with my hands. I'm trying not to do that, but we have our family reunions in Big Rapids. So we always come through Mount Pleasant. We always stop here either on our way through or on our way back. But looking at how you can improve the walkability of Mission Street, the programs that are going to be needed to be able to do that, the housing that is important to be able to address the needs that are there, not only for the students that attend Central to make it more walkable for them, more personable for them, but also single-family homes that are available for families moving into Mount Pleasant. You're constantly growing, constantly changing, and you want to be able to provide the best out of all of that for them and attract people. Your businesses that you have in your downtown. I love the layout of the DDA map. It's not just downtown on Broadway. It's not just Mission Street. It's Pickard, it's Mission, it is Broadway. You guys are really inclusive of the businesses that are there. And that speaks that you care about your community. You want to see the businesses succeed, because when they succeed, that helps you succeed. And your master plan touches on that. It touches on your park system. Parks are huge, attractive necessities that you need to have to be able to draw people in. We want to be able to walk. We want to be able to have places for recreation that meet the various needs of the community. Having one specific park may be great, but it doesn't meet the needs of everybody in your community. You have multiple parks that have multiple vignettes that meet the needs of people there. And I think that is phenomenal. So I could go on and on about the master plan, but it's a lot to tackle, but you have a great team here working toward those goals. And if I'm hired, I look forward to help implementing those.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, hi, I'm George Ronan. I've been on the commission a couple of years, actually. I'm sure you've had a chance to see our downtown. What immediate suggestions do you have to enhance its vibrancy, and what experiences do you have in improving downtowns?
Coming up Mission Street, I noticed a lot of vacant storefronts, and there are some areas that have an older look to them, updating those, working continually with the business owners through your DDA, through the city, through various grants that are available out there, in reading through DDA information, I noticed that there were DDA facade grants that were made available to business owners to help them improve the store frontage appearance, but also to help rehabilitate the upstairs so that they could turn those into housing units, whether they needed to be remodeled or new ones put in there. But assessing the needs that were there and then utilizing grant dollars that are available through MEDC, and that the city themselves kicked into that. That really speaks that you care about your business owners. Making sure that all of your signage is up to date, that it really points out where your true assets, which everything in your community should be an asset to you, but the things that you really want to draw attention to people that drive through, why do I want to stop in Mount Pleasant? Why do I want to get off from 127? And, make that the destination place. This is already, you have so many great things going on here, but making that so that it's an easy roadmap to follow when you're in the downtown. I think that that's great. Creating that walkability space along Mission Street. When you first come up off from 127, when you get off on the south end, coming up through there, it still looks a little rough through those areas. And that is the campus destination as well. If you look to the left, you see the beautification that has taken place through the campus, and driving around through the campus, you appreciate the care and consideration that is taken there. That needs to be extended out onto your Mission Street, which is part of your rehabilitation process that you have already outlined for Mission Street.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, Susan. I'm Mary Alsager.
Hi, my sister's name is Mary.
Over the next 12 to 28 months, the city is expecting several retirements to occur. What steps would you take in the first 6 months to ensure an effective succession and transition plan, and what components would you be looking for?
One of the very important things for me to do is to really have a great conversation with Nancy in understanding who staff members are and the skill sets that they have, in understanding from her viewpoint what she sees, because I'm brand new to the staff and I don't have that background. The next step for me is getting to know my department heads and who they are, and really spending time understanding what their role is. And if a department head, I know that your finance director, that it is thought of to retire in the next few years. And there's a huge vastness of knowledge that will be stepping away with that, and having that succession plan in place. And it sounds like there is already a succession plan that is being talked about. In your police department, hiring police officers, is a difficult thing to do. There's such a shortage in that field as it is. So those are strong conversations to be having with the police department, with public safety director, and developing the succession plan with their thoughts in mind. So that would be something that I would take on very thoughtfully, and be courteous of the needs that they have in all of the departments, wherever any retirements may happen in the next few years.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Welcome, Susan.
Thank you.
My name is Petro Tolis. Building and maintaining community partnerships is critical. Our relationship with the Saginaw Indian Tribe of Michigan and Central Michigan University, along with other units of government, are the primary focus of our city manager. Please describe the community partnership you have created and maintained in your community, and how would you foster those important partnerships here in the city of Mount Pleasant?
Partnerships are essential. I talked about the partnership with staff. They're the backbone of your community and of the city. Without them, your partnerships are impossible to maintain and hold. I know as the city manager, there's more specific needs that are there placed upon the manager. having the outreach to other entities within your community strengthens the community as a whole, and they are vital to understanding, seeing things through everybody's lens as much as is possible, sharing dialogue, and really making sure that the needs of the city as a whole are being met, but understanding the other entities as well, especially the tribe. It is important to have that strong relationship there, and the communication has to be essentially, you can't say flawless, there is no such thing as flawless, but you have to really have a lot of thoughtful communication and dialogue along those lines. In Leslie is a very small community. Everybody basically knows everybody there. We're less than 2,000 people. So I have been involved in the local library that is the Capital Area District Library through Lansing, through the Leslie branch. They've had community outreach sessions that I have attended and participated in. I'm involved with the Leslie Township. We have regular meetings with the township manager there, with the school, with the superintendent. Conversations happen between myself or between staff members with members of the school departments with the public school system there. Our business owners, the Chamber of Commerce, before I came there, kind of dissolved. They tried really hard to have it start up again, but it just didn't take place. During COVID, we were having online business owner meetings so that we could talk with our business owners in the downtown. Those partnerships are very essential, and they were really struggling through all of this, as all communities were. So it was vital for us to have that open line of communication and share grants that were available to them, share, that we were there seeking out help for them. In our line of work as managers, we're not allowed to have partisan ties, but I made myself available. I got on every call that I possibly could with any of our legislators, and every grant that came through, Leslie seemed to fall through the cracks because we were so small, and I was that squeaky wheel, to the point of where we had legislators coming to our community specifically to work with us to help address the needs that we had. Those things are important for us to do. When I was in Owasso, it was very important for me also. I was a Rotarian, so I was involved with many different business people that were there attending those programs. I was involved in the Owasso Area Amphitheater program, so we would have those in the summertime for 8 weeks. We kind of merged that together where we'd have Moonlight Market on our Thursday nights that would coincide with the amphitheater. So in the park across the river, there would be a market set up in the park, and that was well attended, and that was in coordination with the Historical Society and with the farmers market. So those cooperative partnerships really helped to bolster and strengthen Owasso during that time. So I could go on to give lots of examples, but I'm sure you have other questions to ask me, unless you have something else more specific that I haven't addressed yet.
Yeah. Thank you, Susan.
Thank you.
Good morning, Susan. My name's Olivia Simon.
Good morning.
Please explain how you envision transitioning from a smaller municipality with few employees to a community of 26,000 with 136 full-time employees.
Yesterday I was asked that question very similarly by staff, and at first I said, I don't, you still lead the same way. Basically, at the heart of that is just a larger organization. But then I gave it more thought on the way home in coming here this morning, and I thought to myself, I really need to have the strong partnership with the department heads. And obviously in a city the size of Mount Pleasant, I'm not going to have the same personal relationship with every single staff that I do of my 14 full-time employees that I have in Leslie. It's just not possible to have that same level. I'm a people person. I am really engaged with my staff, and I believe we are teams. We are a team that functions well together. I don't like to have to step into the role of boss or the manager. With my team, it's more directive of how we function together. We're pulling shoulder to shoulder, making sure things get done. Here, I would be shoulder to shoulder with my department heads and working well with them and extending that through them into the rest of the staff. Definitely, I want to meet everybody. I want to be as engaged as I possibly can with them. And I always have an open door process and policy that I would implement here as well. But I do believe in the hierarchical flow of things as well, that if there's an issue, they need to address that with their direct boss and see if that can be resolved, and do as much as possible before I have to step into anything. So I want to empower my staff as much as I possibly can so that they are able to do their jobs well. They have been educated and trained on their roles very, very well. And there are things they do that I don't know how to do, a lot of things that they do that I don't know how to do. But that's why they are in the roles that they're in. And they can very easily do their job without me, but I cannot do my job without them as a city manager. So that's kind of how I would approach that. And I know it's a big step coming from a town of 2,000 people. But in Owasso, it was 15,000. And although we didn't have as many staff members, there were 77 at the time when I was there. So it's still larger than where I'm at now. So I have had some experience in larger organizations.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Susan, we realize that you're interviewing to be our next city manager. However, if you were recently elected to your first term on the Mount Pleasant City Commission, what would be your top 2 goals for 2022?
Wow, I don't know that I've ever been asked that. Wow. I think, I'm not sure I know how to answer that. The people that you serve, it's important to know what your community wants. You need to understand the people that you serve, and always be cognizant of every decision that you make is reflective of what your community wants and envisions. Sometimes it takes educating your community more on a goal or a vision that you see as something that is important, but your community may not fully understand. And I believe transparency is essential in what we do today. Getting input from your community, and you guys, kudos to you. You do a very good job of that here. It was very refreshing to read that the processes that you have in place involve stakeholder input. So that's one of the things that I would make sure of, that I was transparent and very much aware of the community that I serve. I'm a relationship-based person as well. Relationships are very important to me. So there are times that I may understand something one way, and the way the person that is trying to communicate that to me may mean it differently. And I don't want to walk away from something. It happened in a question that was asked of me yesterday. I totally misunderstood the question, and once it was explained a little differently, then I understood the question that was being asked of me, and I hope I answered it the way I needed to. But it's learning to see through somebody else's eyes. And even among other council members, one of the things I have noticed in the meetings that I have watched here is that you do have disagreements on things, but you're respectful to each other in how you share that. It's not attacking each other, and I commend you for that. I think that shows the level of professionalism and care that you have for the community. So that would be important for me in the second aspect of that.
Thank you, Susan.
You're welcome.
Susan, I'm sure you know that not every project turns out as planned, right?
Yep.
Sometimes there is disappointment that comes with municipal government. Please share the last time a project or issue you were involved with that didn't go as planned in your community, and what did you learn from it?
We have one of the bridges, and it's actually a culvert, but everybody calls it the Mill Street Bridge in our community. It's an MDOT road, so MDOT was involved in this project. They funded 95% of the participating cost. The city decided to redo some of the underground infrastructure that was there at the same time and put more money into that to match for the non-participating. During the process, we do not have an engineer on staff in Leslie. We're so small, we just can't afford that. And we have hired an engineering firm that drew up the plans for us. And as the bridge project or the culvert was going to go in, we noticed that in speaking with the construction crew that was there to do the work, that the bridge was not going to match up the elevations that were indicated on the plan. And that became a huge obstacle for us. It slowed the bridge installation project down. It was supposed to be 9 weeks, and then it was supposed to be 18 weeks. And it wound up being more than a year in length that we had to close the bridge project down. And I had many strong conversations with the engineering firm over this. I had conversations with MDOT. We had conversations with Eagle for permitting because it was along the river. We had conversations with the construction crew that was doing the work. And ultimately, even though the project took a lot longer than what we had anticipated for that to do, the road is finally open. We held the engineering firm accountable for their design errors, and we saved the city $120,000 additional dollars that would have had to have been put in to that project. One of the commissioners asked me, why didn't we just allow the project to go in the way that it was and we deal with it afterwards? And my concern over that was, if we put the structure in the way it had originally been designed, which MDOT asked, why didn't we catch that to begin with? And my response was, we're not engineers here. That's what we paid our engineering firm to do for us. We would have been faced with ongoing costs for the life of that structure. We would have had a lot of elevation issues that would have caused runoff and would have eroded the side of the bank. We would have constantly been addressing that. Our crews couldn't get in there and mow any portion of it, so the maintenance of it would be a nightmare to be able to handle. That was one scenario. The second scenario was, if they put the structure in and then MDOT decides this is not put to our standards, you're going to tear the bridge out and you're going to redo everything, we could have been shut down for another year. Who knows how long that process would have taken. So even though it took longer than what we had anticipated for it to do, the end result finally, we are happy with the structure that is in, and our crews can get out there and maintain it, and we won't have this long-term cost that the city has to incur for the life of that structure.
Thank you, Susan.
Have you had the opportunity to review the current Mount Pleasant $31 million budget? And are there things that stand out to you in that budget? And what are the thoughts on our overall finances?
I'm very impressed with your budgetary process here, and I did go home and study more on that as well. One of the things that I did notice is when COVID hit, COVID was a surprise for every community that was involved. You didn't incur additional expenses because you didn't know what the outcome of COVID would be. We're still kind of shaking things out to figure that out. But you've been very diligent in your budget preparation. So kudos to Mary Ann, kudos to Nancy and the hard work that they put together, to create this document and bring to council. And kudos to you guys for being so aware of the needs in your community.
Thank you.
It's wonderful. I asked about a rate study. That's a part of what you do for water rates and sewer rates that are part of the budgetary process every year. That's amazing. I looked at your pensions. Pensions are fairly well funded, 74%, I believe, with OPEB. And it's just, you guys are really on top of the ball here. So I'm very impressed with how you do things here in Mount Pleasant.
Great, thank you.
Providing excellent customer service is a hallmark of good governance. Please share in detail the last time you went out of your way to solve a citizen concern or complaint.
Oh, I gave an example yesterday of a gentleman when I was in Owasso that every time he would come in, everybody would cringe. Oh, here's Mr. So-and-so. He's going to waste an hour of your time that you're never going to get back. And what are you going to do? And so he came and he sat in my office and he started out with his laundry list of things that he was upset with the city about. And I thought, I'm going to try to connect with him. And I started to ask him questions about himself. And about 20 minutes into the conversation, he shared with me that he had lost his wife within the last 3 months. So then we sat and we talked about that and had that personal connection. And I asked him, what are the things that were important to your wife that she didn't get to see done in the city? And he's like, no, she always loved the city and things were always great for her. It was me that was always complaining. And towards the end of that, he asked me, what did you do previously? How did you get into city management? So I told him some of my background. And he said that it was important to be heard. And he felt like he had finally been heard by somebody at the city. Everybody had tried to help him to address the problems that he was presenting, but they weren't hearing him. And I took that time to do that. And he never came back and complained anymore after that. In Leslie, my very first day, I live an hour away from Leslie and commute back and forth. I will not do that if I'm offered the job here. I will be living in Mount Pleasant. But in the charter, it states in there that you have to live within the city limits and you have to be there within 6 months. Of course, state law supersedes that, so council did not hold me to that. But my very first day, a lady comes in and says, I'm going to be at the meeting this Monday night, and I'm going to complain that they signed a council agreement with you that you're not going to be living in the community. And I said, that's great, and let's have a conversation about that. So we talked, and many of the meetings she would come and complain and be upset about things. And I made a point of sitting down and talking with her about the agenda, every meeting that we're going to have coming together, and what the issues were that she may want addressed on there. And she actually started bringing little flowers to the staff at City Hall and would come to meetings and wasn't complaining any longer. Now it was, okay, I'm concerned about this. So she does still share her concerns that she has, but her tone changed. And I tell her all the time that, your eyes and feet on the ground in our community. We appreciate that you let us know when things aren't up to par. It's important that we know that too. So it's that personal touch, that communication that is so important. And those are things that I have implemented.
Thank you.
Who I am.
Susan, leadership is an important quality to lead any organization.
Mm-hmm.
The City Commission is searching for continued excellence as we appoint a new city manager. Please describe what you believe makes a great leader and your experience as a leader.
My sister told me to stop saying so much, so I'm trying not to, and I keep saying a lot, so I apologize. I believe that you need to be very connected to the team that you serve. You need to be a part of the team. A leader is somebody that leads by example and is not somebody that dictates how things are to be done. the input of my staff is essential. And I shared yesterday that I feel it's odd for me to call my staff, my team. That's how, we're a team, we're a family. And I need their input on things. They know that if, we're talking about something and I believe something is important to be done this way, if they disagree with me, they have comfort to be able to come in. They're able to come and speak to me directly about that and say, I'm not sure that's the best way to proceed with that. Let's talk about it in this light. And I listen to that. And usually they're very right about that. I believe you need to have optimism that you present to your staff. You bring the weather. That's something I'm learning in this leadership cohort that I'm a part of. The manager brings the weather. You control the weather in your organization. And if you're always the Eeyore of the group and down and grumpy and finding every problem that you can about things, it translates to the rest of your team. And we work well together. In Leslie, in Owasso, where I was before, my team, they knew I had their back on things. It's important that they could count on me for, if I said I was going to do something, that I followed through with that. So that's my leadership style, is very team-oriented.
Thank you.
Susan, becoming a part of the community from day one is critical to the manager's success. Please share your community involvement with your current employer and what you would do in the city of Mount Pleasant.
I would want to be involved in a service group. I believe that those are very important to be involved in, whether it's Rotary, whether it's Kiwanis, Lions Club, whatever that may look like. I believe that that's important. I would want to get to know the community, go to school games, be involved. I haven't been to a homecoming game here for quite a few years, but I used to come to the homecoming games for Fire Up Chips, go Chips, quite a while ago. It's important to be tied in and visible to the community. So I would want to meet with the business owners, whether that is in groups, so I realize that there are over 100 businesses, so it would be really hard to go individually to each one of them, but to get to know them. I want to get to know the airport board very well. That's something I don't have experience in, but I'm eager to learn that, and I believe I have the skill set to be able to be a valuable part of that. And I want to be involved in knowing the tribe. And I apologize, I'm not even sure the exact phraseology to use there, but I want to be committed to continuing that partnership and that relationship. So those would be the things that I would want to do that would be vital for me to implement as quickly as possible.
Right. Unions play an important and vital role in our organization. What experience do you bring to Mount Pleasant in working with unions and contract negotiations, and how do you describe your relationship with unions?
I have a very strong relationship with our unions in Leslie. Again, we're very small. We have two unions there, AFSCME and our FOP, Fraternal Order of Police. But I've had experience in Owasso. There was more participatory. We had an HR director, or they do have an HR director. Department heads would be involved, union reps would be involved, and I got to sit and watch how things were done. I learned a lot through that process, and I was allowed to give feedback to the HR director and to the department head of what I felt were important takeaways, or if I agreed with some of the askings that the union had. I do have to share that there were times that I thought, why are we fighting over these things? These are no-brainers to me, and you want to have good working relationship with your unions. It's vital to do that. There were other things I get why the city did what it did, But that was a learning opportunity for me. And in Leslie, I'm very union-oriented. I want to be fiscally responsible for the city. But one of the things that I recently did, both of the unions were not up for renegotiation until next year. And I noticed that in the AFSCME union contract that there were no wage classifications that were set apart in there. And one of the things that I thought was very important to tackle was the fact that we have, it was either if you started before this date, this is your wage that you're making, and if you started after this date, this is the wage you make. And there were two different gentlemen. One had been there for 20 years, the other had been there 24 years that were making the same exact rate of pay. One was a laborer. The other one was the mechanic. He's the street superintendent. He's the lead on our lead service line replacements. And the responsibilities that he has are so much more than what the other gentleman was. It wasn't fair to him. So I went back through that and I sat down with our DPW staff, with our filtration and with our wastewater treatment staff, and talked with them. What is important to you? What do you see? Help me understand what your roles are. And I worked to create those classifications so that it broke that out more. And everybody was very happy with that. Even the union rep, who is the laborer, who is the one that does not get as much of an increase as everybody else, because it showed that I am committed to the people that work for the city. And again, I shared with them, I have to be fiscally responsible. This is something that, you're helping me understand what the classification should be, but then I had to go back to council and help council understand the significance of these, the wage structure that was there as well. So it was quite a process, but it was something that was very successful and has been passed. So those are my experiences. I have had experiences with grievances. There was a grievance that was filed in Owasso, and we were not successful in that grievance. But I believe part of that was things weren't documented enough. So my takeaway from that is document, document, document. And if you think you've documented enough, document some more. Make sure that you have all of everything that you need in place to be able to support the reason that the city takes an action with an employee. So those are my experiences.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Having a vision for the city is necessary to become a premier city manager. Please take the next couple of minutes and describe your vision for the city of Mount Pleasant over the next 3 to 5 years.
This is a difficult one, I think, because the vision that you guys have for the city already is so amazing. I would piggyback onto that very much. I am very much a go-getter. I am driven. I want the community to succeed. I want positivity out there. I want communication to be well thought out. Relationships with the community are important across all facets of local government. And any opportunity that we can take to improve or build upon successful elements that are already in place are important to me. That it's not really a vision, it's more of a mantra of how I operate. So I'm probably not giving you a vision statement, and I apologize for that, but it is something that is important, I believe, as we move forward, to communicate also what council has in mind for the community, what your goals are, and how I will implement that along with staff. Listening to my staff as well and how their goals tie into that is important. Again, you have to be team-oriented, and it includes everybody. It's not just council, it's not just staff, it's not just the community. It has to be very well balanced and brought forward so that it's representative of all needs. So.
Thank you, Susan.
So talking about teamwork, our organization is built on effective teamwork across all of the departments. Please share with us the last time you used your skills to foster teamwork within your organization.
In Leslie, we are very team-oriented too. We're so small, so I haven't had to do that in Leslie. In Owasso, I did have to intervene with a couple of department heads that were fighting with each other. And Owasso was a little more siloed in operation. And I worked very hard to help everybody understand that we work better as a team than competing against each other. We're there to help each other. And one of the things I started doing early on for our clerk is whenever she had elections or she had other things that came up and she wasn't able to take minutes at a council meeting, I would sit down and I would take the minutes. And for anybody that has never been a clerk, my hat is off to you. That is a lot of work to do to prepare for that, and then to get the minutes drawn up and drafted afterwards in your synopsis posted in whatever the procedure is that you follow here. But my takeaway from that was, you don't know what somebody else's role is until you step into that role. So the two people that were arguing with each other so much, it was important for me to get them to see from each other's perspective and understand how that other person does what they do, what their role is. And it didn't completely solve everything, but it did smooth out the relationship a lot for them to be able to look through each other's eyes. And I really encouraged that you step up to the plate. We did not have regular staff meetings when I first started in Owasso. It was something that I asked for, and it took probably 4 years until that started to happen. I was not the city manager there then, and I'm not throwing shade at anybody, so please don't take it that way. But somebody else asked to have the weekly updates prior to a council meeting. Council meetings were on the first and third Mondays of the month. So we would have, the week before that, we would have regular staff meetings and talk about what was on the upcoming agenda. And that really helped everybody see what's happening organizationally. And we're all moving toward the same goal. We have different jobs to do, but we are all working toward the same goal. And that was very successful and continues to this day at that organization. So I applaud Mount Pleasant that you are so team-oriented, and I am thrilled about that. That is amazing, and I want to be a part of that, continuing that.
Thank you.
Please share with the City Commission 2 grants that you have been involved with in your community, and how did receiving that funding improve your town?
Well, I shared about the MDOT grant with the bridge. We are so small with our tax base that there's no money to spare to put toward that. We did work with our LDFA and used money because it helps open up the roadway that connects to the industrial park. So they were able to pay the matching portion of that. It was a $1.2 million project to do, and our matching funds with participating and non-participating was close to $267,000. So we were able to do that. Our operating budget is 1.2 million a year, so we're very small, and that was very difficult, but it was something that was very successful. In Owasso, we worked with the MEDC through a brownfield with property that the city owned, and were able to sell to Cargill Feed. And they came in and put an $18 million project in there, but they needed a roadway to be able to get into that. So we used the brownfield. The city, for the first time ever, became the developer and was responsible to put together the brownfield packet, the funding mechanism for that. And our our roadway, the water line, the sewer line. We looped the underground utilities that would run through that property so that it would also continue, or it would loop that edge of the town that only had one line that ran there. So that was an improvement, public improvement for all. But we were very successful in that as well, putting that together. And I was very much part of that, spearheading that, putting the brownfield plan together and implementing that. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi, Susan. Problem solving is a major component of the city manager's job description. Please share the last major issue you solved in your municipal career. Excuse me.
Problem solving, I think you need to hear all sides of the problem to understand what's going on, first of all. You need to be able to see it through everybody's eyes before you can try to solve that. I'm very collaborative on problem solving. And whether I have to reach out to staff, I've reached out to Frank before on problems. We reach out to our network and ask, okay, I've never faced this before in my organization. Has anybody else faced problem X, Y, or Z? And how did you approach this? You know, can you give me a call and let's talk about this, so that you get more input and understand how to resolve the issue. So that doesn't tell you a problem that I did have. The problem that I had were the two that I gave the examples on. The one with the road project that was going in with the bridge. I was a tenacious bulldog on that. I would not let it go. And to me, that was my responsibility. I'm very protective of the city that I serve. My role is to make sure that the city gets the best benefit in any project that is going on, and that in this case, the engineering firm had to be held accountable for the design error that they had, and that they needed to pay to correct that design error. So there were a lot of frank conversations that were held on that. There were unpleasant conversations that were held on that, but there were communications to council to keep them apprised of everything that was going on. And there was communication out to the community so that they understood what was happening and why the bridge project was taking so long to complete. If people don't know the narrative, they tend to create their own narrative to go with it. So it's better if you can put that information out there ahead of that and help people be aware of the situation that's going on, so that there are facts behind that. It's not just, I don't know what's going on, so I'm going to say this is the story. So that's my problem solving.
Thank you, Susan.
Susan, we believe that researching our community before interviewing is an important factor for us to consider. Can you tell us anything about the history of the building we are currently in?
This was an industrial building. That's about the extent that I know of this building. I know that Jacob shared with me yesterday that there is a condo agreement with this, and I've never heard of a municipality with an agreement like that. So it's very progressive, very forward-thinking. It's an amazingly beautiful building to be here in house City Hall and the components that are within it, all of the administrative components. But beyond that, I don't know any further history of the building.
Thank you.
Susan, we're about ready to wrap up things. Can you please take a couple of minutes and summarize why you believe you're the right fit to be the new Mount Pleasant City Manager?
Well, as I stated, I grew up near here. To me, this is very familiar. It's like coming home. It places me closer to my family. I have been involved in things throughout the years in Mount Pleasant. I remember playing pinball in the basement of some building somewhere here 20-some years ago, and enjoying that prior to homecoming game. And the things that I see going on in the community speak to me I really want to be a part of the progress that continues here. I've watched this community evolve over 50-some years, and I love how it keeps moving forward, and that you are community-oriented. You're very aware of the needs that CMU has. You're very aware of the needs and respecting the tribal areas here. You are aware of your business owners and working to help foster collaborative processes. And I think my skill sets that I have really align with that. And when I saw this job opportunity came up, I thought, personally, I've never been in a community of this size. They're probably not even going to look at me. But I am a very team-oriented, team-approached person, and even the structure that you have within the organization aligns with my skill set. So it's something that I want to be a part of and continue that forward progress. And I want to retire out of here. As everybody else has said, we normally don't have a lot of new hires because it takes a long time for people to retire. They retire out of here. They normally don't go find jobs elsewhere. It's just they retire out of here. And I want that to be my history as well, going forward. And if I am chosen, I do look forward very much to working with each of you and getting to know you all, and just appreciate the opportunity to come and interview with you this morning. It's been a pleasure. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here with us today, Susan. Do you have any questions for us?
When do I start?
Good answer.
Stay tuned Monday evening, right? No, seriously, my door, should I be chosen, would always be open to any and all of you, and I do look forward to a very collaborative working relationship with each one of you and collectively as a council. And again, thank you very much for the opportunity to interview.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Okay. We are going to recess for about 30 minutes for lunch, and we'll reconvene at 12:30.
Aaron Descents from the city of Eaton Rapids. So, I have some.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Afternoon. Welcome.
Okay, perfect.
I love your water bottle.
Well, thank you very much. Did you guys end up working with Joe at any point from Place in Maine?
No,
Okay.
I just recognized it.
Okay. All right.
Aaron, can I call you Aaron?
Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Will Joseph, and I am the mayor of the city of Mount Pleasant. We'd like to thank you for being here today. We have 24 questions for you, so no time to waste, and I'll get started.
All right.
We are excited to get to know you. Please take a couple of minutes and tell us about yourself both personally and professionally.
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Aaron Descents. I'm the current city manager of Eaton Rapids, Michigan. It's a town of about 5,200 people. Excuse me, 5,200 people, about 3 square miles. We do about $17 million in business every year. Prior to that, I was with the city of Leslie and also the village of Shelby. I've been managing for just about 8 years now in the profession. Prior to that, I was a grad student at Eastern Michigan University. I interned everywhere within the Washtenaw County area, including for Washtenaw County itself, for the Ann Arbor VA Hospital, as well as the then village of Dexter, now city of Dexter. Outside of my professional experience, I like to go to the gym, I like to ride my bike, go running, spend time with my family, and I've taken up gardening now. This is my 3rd year, so I like to think I'm getting quite better at it every year.
Thank you, Aaron.
Excellent. Aaron, my name is Amy Perschbacher. I am the Vice Mayor of Mount Pleasant. Since you were notified that you made the 4 finalists, please share with us the steps that you took to get to know Mount Pleasant.
Absolutely. I tried to start from a top level, trying to get an idea as to where the community currently is at and where it's going into the future. So, of course, I started with the master plan, 2050 master plan, which I found very comprehensive in the information that it provided, talking about sustainable land use, talking about redevelopment within the city, the future of park and recreation activities, as well as the innovative service delivery. From there, I'm also a finance guy. I really do like diving into the numbers, and I was very pleased with what I found with the city of Mount Pleasant with regard to its current position regarding its fund balance in the general fund, as well as just the future outlook for the funds overall. So aside from there, as I said, I looked at Parks and Recreation as well too. Tried to tour the website as much as I possibly could, and then also took a nice tour of the community. I showed up about an hour and a half early for my interviews yesterday. Took some time to go down the Mission Street corridor. Took some time to look at some of the neighborhoods, and also spend a significant amount of time walking the downtown and visiting some of the businesses.
Thank you.
Hi, Aaron. Welcome. My name is Lori Gillis, and very glad to have you here this morning, or this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have you had the opportunity to review our Mount Pleasant 2050 master plan? And if so, please share your perspective on that plan.
Yeah. So as I explained in the last question, I took a lot of time looking at that document. As I think everyone here knows, it's very long, it's very comprehensive. What I extrapolated from that, other than the high, kind of the high view of what I discussed earlier between sustainable land use and redevelopment, I'm really interested in what I really was attracted to about that document were the 2 projects of the revitalization of downtown as well as the redevelopment of Mission Street, changing it from a transportation corridor to more of a business corridor, and also encouraging greater walkability within that area and the connectivity to the various areas within Mount Pleasant. Coming back to your question, can you repeat that too? I just want to make sure I hit on all points.
Just your perspective on the plan.
Okay, just overall
And-
perspectives.
Yeah, and obviously you've reviewed it, so.
Yeah, absolutely. And so if I can say, if I'm a consumer of that plan, I'm definitely bought in.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is George Ronan. I've been on the commission a couple of years. I was really glad that you had a chance to look at the downtown area. You know, you took some time looking at that. Do you have any immediate suggestions of what you might do to enhance the vibrancy, or what experiences do you have in improving downtowns in general?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we find ourselves in an interesting time too, because I can say for a long period of time in my career, it was about trying to connect companies with resources, with some of the grant programs out there. The focus was heavily on the appearance of a downtown and placemaking, and I think that still holds true today, but I think we have another complicated factor with that as well too, and obviously that is coming out of a COVID-19 pandemic, or trying to emerge from that. Obviously, we're hitting higher numbers than we like to see right now, though. So now I think that mixes in an area of complexity in that now we have to try to redesign some of our downtowns in the short term, and even thinking about what that might mean for the longer term development of a downtown, changing our space. I saw there's a social district that was set up here in Mount Pleasant, very enjoyable area, and even at 11 o'clock in the morning, there were still a lot of people out there utilizing that space. I really appreciated some of the art that was drawn on the sidewalks and also on the street as well too, and actually ran into one of the artists that does that. So I chatted with her for just a moment. But overall, just my overall take, I would say from the downtown perspective, it seems that Mount Pleasant has put a number of really great things in place with that social district, with allowing some of the businesses even outside that social district to expand their seating area for food and beverage type businesses, those kind of things. The other things that I would encourage too that maybe I didn't see were just some other drop-off points, quick points for people to come in, do some pickup, drop-off order kind of things. Order online and then get their things very quickly that way. Also, and I think that the master plan alludes to some of this as well, and that is some of the redevelopment in the downtown area with regard to some of the businesses. There's some businesses that just look plain outstanding, and I absolutely love them. But there's also some businesses that, for one reason or another, just haven't been developed to what I would call, what the modern vision is for the city of Mount Pleasant. So I think that we as a city should encourage that.
Thank you.
Hello, Justin. I'm Mary Alsager. Over the next 12 to 28 months, the city is expecting several retirements to occur. What steps would you take in the first 6 months to ensure an effective succession and transition plan, and what components would you be looking for?
All right. With something like that, I would want to get an inventory. Let's see who is eligible for retirement, who's considering retirement. I have very open and honest conversations with the people back in Eaton Rapids about when they're going to retire. I'm one that very much encourages significant retirement planning and knowing when you want to retire and knowing if you can retire at that point. So I would have those conversations with individuals and try to get an overall inventory as to what we could expect for retirements into the future here. From there, I think one of the very natural things to do is look internally. We've spent a significant amount of time training individuals for positions, training them for positions that they currently have, and looking at their skill set. Are they ripe for promotion? Should we start working and transitioning those individuals into higher level positions? And then I would say lastly, obviously, that's if all goes well and we start promoting people, though, we start to have a deficiency within our frontline individuals, our entry level positions. But we have Central Michigan University right in our back door, which I think is a great place to start pulling some people in. And I'm quite sure that Mount Pleasant's been able to do that in the past. So I would hope to continue those relations in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome, Aaron. Petro Tolis. Building and maintaining community partnerships is critical. Our relationship with the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan and Central Michigan University, along with other units of the government, are primary focus of our city manager. Please describe the community partnerships you have created and maintained in your community, and how would you foster those important partnerships here in Mount Pleasant?
Absolutely. My view of this when it relates to the workplace is really no different than just personal relationships for the most part. And obviously, there's a little bit of a different relationship, but still those relationships take time, they take effort. So overall, as a city manager, my role is to have obviously good relationships with the stakeholders within my community. So I do that by establishing regular check-in times, whether that be a phone call or an email, maybe even in this day and age, a quick Zoom call or a Microsoft Teams call. But my preference always is in person too, because obviously you can start to, I think there's certain things you can build in a relationship in person that just work better than, let's say, digital communication or anything like that. But I also need to be cognizant of other individuals as well too. And that also changes with the individual, right? So for instance, my relationship, let's say with the county, is a lot more telephone, email based. And that's just what the current county administrator would prefer, given the time allotment that he has. But we still try to make sure that we have regular check-ins and those kind of things. The CEO of the local hospital, we try to go out for lunch every 2 to 3 months, just have, regular conversation about what's going on in our organizations, what's coming up, and those kind of things. And that's even outside of obviously running into each other at various community events, which I will regularly attend as well too. But like I said, with regard to some of those key stakeholders, I think it's very much worthwhile to get on a schedule where you regularly get FaceTime with them.
Thank you, Aaron.
Welcome, Aaron. My name is Olivia Simon. Please explain how you envision transitioning from a smaller municipality with few employees to a community of 26,000 with 136 full-time employees.
Yeah. I think everything's about scale. There was a point where I was transitioning from a town that was less than 2,000 to a town that's now 5,200. But everything's essentially about scale. As I alluded to in a previous question, ultimately I try to get understanding of the landscape and inventory, if you will, talking to individuals, talking to the immediate management team, the senior management team here in Mount Pleasant. Got to talk to them quite a bit yesterday, and I would hope that I have many more conversations with them in the future. But starting at that point, trying to understand who the stakeholders are, starting to build those community relations with some of the major players within the area, really getting to know the community, being able to dig more into even some of the financials, and some of the other things that might not appear obvious on the surface and some of the plans that I've read. So I think I would start there. I think as with all of these things, that then starts to lead down a rabbit hole, right? I start to find more information as I go, and I just build that foundational knowledge. But essentially everything is scalable. For the most part, the job that I'm doing right now is not that much different from a city of this size or even a much larger size. Everything is just about larger scale, larger budget, more individuals at play here, but ultimately we're all trying to achieve the same thing, which is build our communities.
Great, thank you.
Aaron, we realize that you're interviewing to be our city manager. However, if you were recently elected to your first term on the Mount Pleasant City Commission, what would be your top 2 goals for 2022?
Thank you for the question. That's really interesting. And it's interesting to imagine myself on the other side sometimes, as I usually try to when preparing for council meetings or those kind of things. I would say the first 2 things that I would try to do, one, I would try to make sure that we are supportive of businesses within the central business district. As I've said, I think there were already some issues, even just going into the current years that we are in right now with regard to downtown businesses. That's the rise in internet sales and retail and the competition of major box stores, but now the further complicating factor of COVID-19. So I think my number one thing would be trying to support those businesses through whatever means that we have available here within the city. And then number 2, and this is probably just, again, a broader picture, but I think that's the role of the city commission, and that is just ensuring that we have a solid future going forward. We can look at what our current state is, and currently the snapshot of the city is very positive, I believe, from an outsider's perspective and from what I've been able to read in the financials, and from what I've been able to gather from the staff as well, too. But we'll have obstacles that come to the future, and so making sure that we're prepared for those obstacles as we go forward would be number 2 on my list.
Thank you, Aaron.
So Aaron, I'm sure you know that not every project turns out as planned, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes there is a disappointment that comes with municipal government. Please share the last time a project or issue you were involved in didn't go as planned in your community and what you learned from it.
This is going to be a bit of a long story, but I'll try to keep it as brief as I possibly can. In 2018, when I came on with the City of Eaton Rapids, very similar to what I've discussed now, I started to get my inventory together. What is it that we're doing? What is it that we need? And one of the needs that came out in the early on assessment that I conducted was significant infrastructure improvements for our downtown island. And this would eventually lead to the rewarding of a grant for about $3 million from the state of Michigan. But that had been the bumpiest roughly 16 months from the time that it was planned until the time of implementation that I have ever experienced within my career. We were awarded the grant by the MEDC, or at least put into the process, I should say, by the MEDC, meaning we had to undergo an engineering study. We had to spend about $100,000 upfront on the engineering in order to be considered for the grant. A lot of staff time in putting the application together for this grant. We got it submitted. It got the thumbs up from everyone at the MEDC. However, we start to enter a changeover from the Snyder administration to the current Whitmer administration. With that changeover came a change in priorities from the Whitmer administration, which wanted to reduce the amount of support from 90% down to 75%. That would have been roughly another, I think, $600,000 or $700,000 for the City of Eaton Rapids, making the project just completely impossible. And so we're left with a pivotal point right there, right? It's what do we do? The state is saying, actually, thank you very much, but we haven't signed a contract or anything like that. We're looking to change this, and that would just pull the rug from out from underneath our feet. So we had to pivot at that point. We had to start thinking what would be the plans going forward. I contacted our local representative. I contacted our local senator. I contacted the Michigan Municipal League, and I contacted just about every city manager that I know who would potentially listen and maybe also make a phone call to their representatives, to their senators, and also to the league asking for support on this. So I didn't want to go with, obviously, option A or option B. Option A, just take it for what it is, take your 75%, or option B, drop out. We created a new option in that. So we had conversations then with the MML, with our state rep, our state senator. That led to conversations with senior leadership within the MEDC, who would eventually contact the governor and talk with them about this issue. And then what we were able to achieve was the awarding of that grant, essentially. They awarded it at the 90%, but essentially did close the door behind us. But at least they were willing to do that, understanding that we had a significant investment on the upfront. So I think, not every project goes as planned necessarily, and that certainly happens. But that doesn't necessarily always mean that you're kind of forced with the options of A or B necessarily. Always kind of look for the other door there.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent example.
Oh, thank you very much.
Have you had an opportunity to review the current Mount Pleasant's $31 million budget? And are there things that stand out to you in the budget? And what are your thoughts on our overall finances?
Absolutely. I love talking municipal finance, given my background in it and my great understanding of it. And I just have a passion for numbers. I've always enjoyed math. As far as the City of Mount Pleasant's budget, overall, I think I'm very happy with it. I think that the City of Mount Pleasant is being very responsible in being aware of some of the current issues with COVID-19 and kind of punting on some of the capital improvement projects, at least for the short term, as we try to address what our current needs are. And I think that's a very, very good plan. Overall, I think that the city's current fund balance position of right around 40% within the general fund is a very, very strong position. It's very good. One question I did have yesterday for the financial team, and I was able to get a really good answer on this, though, was just understanding some of the discussion that was within the budget about how, given the fund balance amount, there was consideration for lowering the millage rate. However, obviously looking forward, you've got complications with COVID-19, and then even looking at the MERS reporting, which was supplied to me by the city staff, we do have an increase in some of those unfunded liabilities costs, both on the pension end as well as the OPEB end. But understand that those were two two discussions at two different snapshots in time. That obviously now with the current complications that we have in front of us right now, we couldn't be talking about lowering the millage rate perhaps later in the future. But I got a good answer from staff on that, and so I think that absolutely makes sense. Overall, I'm very, very impressed with the financial position, as well as the financial reporting as well, too.
Thank you.
Providing excellent customer service is a hallmark of good governance. Please share in detail the last time you went out of your way to solve a citizen concern or complaint.
I think the last time this happened, and this was probably within the past 3 or 4 months roughly, the city of Eaton Rapids is not just the water sewer provider, but we're also the electric utility within the city of Eaton Rapids. So that also adds some complexities to it. So you get the regular water sewer issues that come through with utility billing, but with electric, I think it's, well, we get it a lot more, to be very honest with you. We have on any given shut-off day, maybe about 400 customers that are on the shut-off list. And so obviously that leads to a significant amount of complaints. But regardless, the last one that I had to deal with was someone coming in and they didn't want to talk to staff. They wanted to talk immediately to the manager and wanted to see the manager right then. In all of those cases, I always try to make sure if I can pull myself away from a project, as long as I'm not in a meeting with someone monopolizing someone else's time, if it's just me working on something, always try to pull away from it if I possibly can, or even if it's a phone call and I can maybe pick up that phone call later. Try to deal with the issue that's going on at City Hall. And so in this case, I was able to do it. The issue that the individual had essentially was that they did not receive any communication of their upcoming shutoff. So of course I had to explain to them, you know, the policies within the city of Eaton Rapids. Despite the fact that they did not receive that shutoff communication, shutoff still has to happen, and they still did, and they acknowledged receiving a door tag the day before informing them that they would be shut off the next day. Did they not pay? In those instances, though, again, try to listen to the customer, let them go ahead and explain their side of the story, explain the role, explain the policy of the city to them in that instance. They don't always walk away happy, but at least they walk away with the understanding that, you know, they were treated the same as everyone else, that there was nothing, you know, special, that we didn't go out of our way to try to ruin their day or anything like that, that it was just a matter of business. The other thing that we do also too in those kind of instances is try to talk to them in a way to maybe gauge if there's something else going on there. Is there some assistance that they may need? So we always try to offer information about that within the City Hall reception area. We've got various forms for some of the local agencies that do provide assistance to individuals, whether it's state or local assistance. So trying to put people into connection with some of those other resources, I think also helps.
Thank you.
Aaron, leadership is an important quality to lead any organization. The City Commission is searching for continued excellence as we appoint a new city manager. Please describe what you think makes a great leader and your experience as a leader.
I think as a leader, ultimately my role within the organization is to try to influence those that I work with to achieve our goals and objectives, to achieve the goals and objectives in our master plan, annual adopted goals and objectives by the City Commission. I work with those individuals. I try to impart whatever knowledge I have with them. I work with them on solving problems. So I prefer to be there right with the people that I work with immediately on trying to tackle the issues or trying to solve the issues that they have, or even setting the schedule for, let's say, when goals and objectives deliverables would be made available. So I think that's very important in a leader. I think that communication is very important in a leader. I've got to be able to sit down and have those conversations in order to work with those people on the deliverables. And I think as part of that too, trust, and I can't underline that enough. Trust is very, very important with a leader. The public has needs to have the trust in their leaders, as well as the staff needs to have a trust in their city manager, that they'll be able to have very honest and open conversations, and that they can trust their city manager is working with them to bring out their best as an individual.
Thank you.
Aaron, becoming a part of the community from day one is critical to a manager's success. Please share your community involvement with your current employer and what you would do in the city of Mount Pleasant.
Yeah. Yeah, my theory on this is trying to be a tourist in your own town is the way that I look at it. And so I try to attend and go to as many community events as I can. Within the summer, we have a regular car show on Wednesday nights that I love to be a part of, walk around the streets, talk to people, see some of the cool cars that are in town. We have an annual Halloween event. We have an annual Christmas event, and 4th of July in Eaton Rapids is very, very big. So I try to attend all of those kind of things. Aside from that, I regularly try to eat lunch in my community as much as I can to get some face-to-face time with business owners. Try to tour the parks as often as I can in order to get kind of that frontline view of what the amenities look like. When it relates to the future here and what I would foresee in Mount Pleasant, obviously I would want to live here. This is a community that I think the customer service aspect and what we're talking about, being able to see the community at a regular basis, is going to require someone to live here. And also in building the relationships with the stakeholders that we had discussed earlier would be very, very important. So I'd see myself moving here, and I would see myself engaging in those activities, as I had stated earlier, attending regular events, going to parks, seeing the facilities firsthand.
Thank you, Aaron.
All right, Aaron, unions play an important and vital role in our organization. What experience do you bring to Mount Pleasant in working with unions and contract negotiations, and how do you describe your relationship with unions?
So I've been working with unions since I started my career in public administration, starting with the village of Shelby. They had a union that represented public works. Currently within the city of Eaton Rapids, we have two unions. We have a union that represents the police department, as well as one that represents both public works as well as utilities workers. Excuse me. So ultimately, it's no different than the relationship building that I had talked about earlier. My relationship with the unions is an ongoing thing. It's not just every 2-3 years that we sit at the table, we have a conversation, but we have regular conversations about what the workplace is like, what overall morale satisfaction is looking like. Do we have any issues or anything like that coming up? Typically by negotiation time, I mean, all parties kind of know what we're going to be talking about, and we have a good understanding of that. I'm also very much a fan of position-based bargaining. I sit down with those individuals, and rather than sharing the proposals outright, what we'll do is talk about what are the positions that each party is interested in, financial security, workplace concerns, or anything like that, given the nature of the workplace. So I think those are some of the important factors in how I've developed a good relationship with the unions in the city of Eaton Rapids. And again, I don't think that would be any different moving forward here with the city of Mount Pleasant.
Great, thank you.
Aaron, having a vision for the city is necessary to become a premier city manager. Please take the next couple of minutes and describe your vision for Mount Pleasant over the next 3 to 5 years.
I know, as I had said before in reading Master Plan 2050, as a consumer, I'm definitely sold onto that plan. And so I think that a lot of what I would say would mirror what's within that plan. I foresee a community that has a lot of different dining and shopping options. I see a community that is very polished looking, a place that people want to be at. When we talk about some of the issues that businesses face, I think the very natural defense that the city can implement is more of a placemaking process, because that's something that big box and online retailer, they'll just never have the ability to do. That's something that we can offer, and that's something that we build as a community. So I've definitely bought into the redevelopment of Mission Street and the redevelopment of the downtown, trying to make it an environment that people want to be in. And maybe they're not even there necessarily with shopping in mind necessarily, but they want to be there. They want to go take a lunch there and have a lunch in the downtown or visit our parks, those kind of things. People want to be within those spaces. I also foresee really a welcoming community, obviously. One of the things in my discussions with staff yesterday was, really how kind of a welcoming community this is for people of all sorts of different, cultures, backgrounds, ethnicities, et cetera. Continue to show that image. I think that's something that's very important as people start to think about where they want to live, that they'll be accepted within the culture there, and seeing a city that's so accepting certainly has value to it. I want to see a city that has excellent customer service for the residents, for the people that live here, that they feel that they have value. When they pay their taxes, they're not upset to do so because they get such great value from that they're very much happy to do so.
Thank you, Aaron.
So you probably discovered yesterday that our organization is built on effective teamwork across all of our departments. Please share with us the last time you used your skills to foster teamwork within your organization.
Can you repeat that? I just want to make sure I'm going to hit on all points there.
Please share with us the last time you used your skills to foster teamwork within your organization.
Yeah. I think, and just coming back to, again, my philosophy on relationship building, that this is an ongoing process. There isn't necessarily just one point in which I would say that I interjected and boom, the team came together and did anything. This is something that a manager has to be practicing every day. Every day you come into the office, you want to continue fostering that team and building that team and making sure that there's cohesion there. And working with individuals, certainly things are going to come up, and being a part of the solution to any kind of issues that individuals may have with one another helps to continue and foster that team. And you have to be able to build trust. Again, I cannot highlight enough the importance of trust within an organization like this. So ultimately, if I can kind of paint a picture for you, really when I came into the city of Eaton Rapids, there were just a number of issues that had occurred, and ultimately some key team leaders had left prior to my arrival. So I had to fill those roles. So we had a new city manager, and we had a new department head, as a new senior department head as well too, and also a position that had gone unfilled for about 3 years that needed filling here. And to be very honest with you, I think staff, if you were to ask them, and I'd encourage you to reach out to them, morale was quite low at that point. 2018 was a very rough year for some individuals in the city of Eaton Rapids. Regardless, though, again, fast forwarding now to where we're at, 2021, I think morale, and again, I'd encourage you to reach out to the individuals that I work with, but morale is at an all-time high. We've really built a team that trusts each other. Everyone comes to work and they enjoy coming to work. No one drags themselves to get out of bed anymore. They show up, they're very happy to work, they're happy with their jobs. Like I said, they're happy with the team that they work on. And again, I think that's just about being able to work on various projects together to show the team, everyone involved, that you can trust one another, that you can have good communication. Even when we disagree, we still do so in a productive way, not necessarily focusing or being hard on the individual, but continuing to be hard on the problem is something that I always talk about as well too. As a team, we have to do that, not focus it on the individual who's delivering a message or sharing their viewpoint. Let's focus on how we can be productive on the problem and on the issue. So as I said, fast forward to now, and that's not just any kind of a magic recipe or anything like that. That's coming in every day and working with your team in order to build it to that point.
Okay, thank you so much.
Please share with the City Commission 2 grants that you have been involved with in your community, and how did receiving the funding improve your town?
Yeah. I'll start with the top one. The very recent one was the grant that we received through the MEDC for $3 million. That was for the replacement of one pedestrian bridge going from River Street to our downtown Island Park. That was about $1 million of the funds. The second part of that was the complete reconstruction of the seawalls around the island. The island used to be a lot more prone to flooding and flooding issues. So we increased the size of those seawalls, raised them up about 8 inches, and then also capped them as well as a mitigation against flooding. And as part of that, too, completely redid the landscape that we have there as well, and also replaced all of the playground equipment. And then lastly, that then connects to Hamlin Park on the other side of the river, which the island is in. And we built a river walk from Hamlin Square going north all the way to our outdoor recreation center, which is where we have a kayak livery. So that was about another $1 million there. The project is almost done here at this point. We're just putting in the playground equipment, but supply chains and lead times being what they are, that was the issue. So it's kind of everyone wait for the playground equipment, unfortunately, but looking forward to having that job completed. One of the other grant projects that I'm very proud to be a part of is the Mishta Neighborhood Revitalization Program. And as I understand, the city of Mount Pleasant has been a recipient of that as well. As I've always said, I think you can get a lot of grants for businesses, and that's very important to foster a good business environment, but there's so few programs that help the average homeowner out there. And I really, really want the state of Michigan to focus their efforts in continuing this program and also expanding it to future programs. But we were awarded 3 times here, and we received, I want to say $180,000. It's somewhere between there, in 3 different neighborhoods that we're able to put money into. We were able to help people essentially make improvements to their property that they just would not otherwise be able to afford. And so it's very rewarding. That's what I like about that program, is you're able to touch, individual families and homeowners within your community, while continuing to obviously build your community as a whole.
Very similar to what we've done here. So I'm glad you have experience with that. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, Aaron. Problem solving is a major component of a city manager's job description. Please share the last major issue you solved in your municipal career.
One I'm going to talk about, and again, this is larger and it's still an ongoing project, is IT infrastructure within my organization in Eaton Rapids. Upon coming on board, and we had a number of issues with the previous IT company that we used to work with. We contract out for IT primarily. We had one company we weren't very happy with, and so we ended up going out and taking a look at what other companies were out there. We brought in another company that we thought was very good at, essentially rebuilding a system, because we knew that's what we would need to do. And so again, coming back to just my way of addressing problems, one, we set out to get an inventory. What does the current landscape look like, and what is the future? What is our desired goal at the end? So we had a number of IT issues in that we just had a unreliable system that people could not readily remote into if they needed to do work from home. And mind you, we actually started this process just before COVID-19 hit, changed over IT companies in the middle of the pandemic, and started to kind of build the car as we're going down the street, a little bit inadvertently, because I don't think anyone could have predicted what happened in March of 2020. But at any rate, got an inventory of everything that was going on within the system, saw that we essentially needed a complete rebuild of the system, and something that is just not affordable for the city of Eaton Rapids. Wouldn't have been able to do it, would have been hundreds of thousands of dollars that really would have put us behind. Also, to kind of frame for you, at that time, our fund balance at the time was not very great. We really didn't have any extra spending cash at the time. So I met with the IT team, and this is a complex issue because as an end user, I've got an understanding of how to use IT. I know I open my phone and my applications work. That's about the extent that I had at the time. Now, fast forward later, I've learned a heck of a lot going through this whole process. But I had to go back to the IT team and ask them, hey, look, is there anything else we can do here? The cost is just prohibitive. What are some of the other options? And so I challenged the team to come up with a set of options that we could take a look at. And so they did. And essentially, we went from an idea of completely housing everything in-house to 100% offlining everything to a hybrid, or I mean, not a hybrid, but to a cloud-based system, or more of a hybrid system, utilizing the components that we think still work and could work into the future for quite a while relying on the hybrid system. And I think that made the most amount of sense. But again, I never make a lot of decisions just as an individual. I'm always bringing in my management team, having them look at it. And while IT was very new to them, I think we were able to provide them the education to at least where they could kind of hang in the conversation, understand the issue that we were looking at, so they could take place in that conversation as well too. And then also bringing in a number of end users as well too, the folks that would be remoting from home more than others. What do they see as some of the issues or problems, or what would they see as their perfect solution? What would the perfect system look like for them in order to operate effectively? So we're able to build from there into the hybrid system, as I had discussed, at significantly less cost. Of course, we have more money going out the door on an annual basis, but it does still save us money over the long haul, mostly because of economies of scale that some of these hybrid or some of these cloud-based computer companies can offer. So I think that was a complex issue, as I said, one, because going into it, I didn't have a whole lot of understanding of it, but it's one that it was a problem we were having and we needed to address it relatively quickly if we were to continue operations throughout the pandemic here. We're able to do that by bringing the team together and also challenging our IT team to come up with some options that could help us. So I think really in that instance, all teams really came together and pulled through very well.
Very nice example. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron, we believe that researching our community before interviewing is an important factor for us to consider. Can you tell us anything about the history of the building we are currently in?
I'm going to have to think on that for just one moment, because I know, as I said, I tried to go through the website as much as I possibly could. I'm trying to think. I know that City Hall used to be, I believe, I'm going to lose my direction here because I'm going to say north, but to be honest with you, I'm not entirely sure if it was north of here. And the changeover, I think, to this building happened in the 2008, somewhere around there at that point. As far as this building goes, though, I'll be honest, I looked as much as I could on the website. I probably came across it. I probably read it, but to be put on the spot, I'll be honest, I can't tell you. I'm sorry.
Okay, no issue. Thank you.
Aaron, we're about ready to wrap up things. Can you please take a couple of minutes and summarize why you believe you're the right fit to be named the new City of Mount Pleasant manager?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think we've talked about a lot of things here today from, just my skill sets in general as well, but, also how I work with teams. Some things that we probably didn't talk too much about is how I work with the city commission as well too. And I would say with regard to that, I'm very much an open communications kind of individual. I always try to give as much information to the city commission as I possibly can, understanding that maybe not everyone's going to find use in it, but if I put myself in your role, I want to have as much information on a decision as I possibly can. And so I always try to be very cognizant of that. I'm always very much reachable from my current city council and would be for the city commission going into the future. So questions, comments, concerns, those kind of things, I always avail myself to those kind of communications from the city commission. I think I'm the perfect candidate just because I'm coming from a city that, albeit smaller, again, I think I have the skill set. I think that the job is very much similar in scope. It's just, again, we're talking about a scale, though, is the main difference between the city of Eaton Rapids and the city of Mount Pleasant. Otherwise, there's a lot of similarities amongst the two communities between MDOT road that goes through that we're trying to redevelop to the need for redevelopment of downtown. So again, I think that a lot of the job is very, very similar. And probably one of the things that I would say, two things I would say really as a candidate that make me shine above the rest is tenacity. I think as I had discussed with the issue with the grant and how we almost lost $3 million from the state due to a change in priorities, we didn't give up on that, and we knew we couldn't, and so we went after it very tenaciously, and we were rewarded in the end. And I don't think that every candidate is going to do that. And the other thing that I can say about myself as well, too, is I've been doing this for 8 years, which I think is a significant period of time, but I have a long career ahead of me. And so the one thing I can say is I haven't peaked as a manager yet. I haven't peaked in my skill set. I haven't peaked as an individual. That's still yet to come. So I think I will continue to develop within this role, and I think that the city would appreciate that out of a candidate.
Thank you, Aaron.
Well, thank you so much for being here with us today, Aaron. Do you have any questions for us?
Well, thank you. Yeah, just a few. And this may differ between individuals. I've been through this a couple of times, and I know that each commissioner typically has a different viewpoint. But one thing I've asked as I've gone through and I've talked with the staff is just kind of this overall satisfaction that people feel for the city. As an outsider, I think things are going very well. But of course, I'm not privy to a lot of conversations. I'm not privy to the sausage making, as it were. To the city commission, I would say, what is the overall impression that you folks get from the people that you represent? Are people very happy here in Mount Pleasant? Do they like the image that we present? Do they like the services that they get? Understanding there's always room for improvement, but just the general nature, are people happy?
I guess to answer, direct. A couple of years ago, the city went through the redevelopment ready certification process. And part of that, we received a lot of input on our customer service satisfaction. We had people fill out surveys. And I think from that survey that the results were very positive in terms of people were happy with the services and the information that they received at City Hall. I think one of the things that when we have community gatherings and meetings, like when we were developing our master plan or other planning documents, the outpouring of positive reinforcement of the things that people really love about this community is always a large part of those meetings and processes. I think one thing that we always try to do as a community is we get a lot of people who are transient in nature because of the university and the jobs here. And sometimes that leads to some people not getting all of the experiences that the city and the region has to offer. But what we find is when people spend enough time here and they explore enough, that they find a very rich and varied source of entertainment, recreational opportunities, employment opportunities. And so, yes, I think overall, people love this community. People feel lucky to live here. And I personally fit into that category. When I first moved here as a student, I was like, this is the smallest town I ever lived in. I don't know what I'm doing here. 11 years later, I am challenged by my family and friends to be like, well, you should, maybe do something else, move somewhere else. And I'm very stubborn because I love this community. And I find that's a shared asset amongst many people.
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
I'm one of the, probably the oldest residing community members here. I've born and raised here for 60 years. Pete's probably the second oldest, or he's probably the first oldest, and I'm the second. I find that one thing about this community, that it has enough diversity that you can find a niche that you can fit into and as welcoming, and somehow our community is very service oriented. Between our nonprofits and our different Rotarians and the different groups, along with our partners from the tribe and CMU, along with the Veterans Memorial Library that puts out a lot of community events, and our downtown business owners put out a lot of community events. And then, of course, City Hall fosters a lot of community events. But I find no matter where you come from, you can find a niche here that you can be a part of. And usually that niche will have other members that always want to give back to the community. No matter if you're here a year or 60 years, you find yourself wanting to give back. And so that's the most valuable asset I feel. Kind of get emotional because I love my town and I want the best for it. So I want to thank you for your application and your remarks and comments to our questions. Very heartfelt, and I want hopefully to find the best fit for our manager. And I really appreciate you being here today, and you did a wonderful job.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
I got a couple of comments here. I've lived here for almost 60 years. I own multiple businesses here. I think the services of this community are great. The only problem is I know a lot of business people who have inputted to me that they think that the city commission is anti-business and anti-CMU students. I've served on the East DDA board for 11 years in Union Township. I've served 8 years on the zoning board. 4 years I've chaired it, and the other 4 were just starting on it. I really wanted to give back to the community, you know. I think it was my duty, and I put almost combined between the two entities 22 years. We're looking for a person that's very qualified, that's very diverse. And I just got back on here just trying to do something for the business people and community. And thank you for interviewing today.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not someone who's been here that long. I came here about 32 years ago. I expected to spend 3 years at the university. They were having some problems with the program. I came in to sort of fix those problems or whatever. And just fell in love with the community. I've been here ever since. I think from a bird's eye view, I'd say the community is great. It's doing well. It's strong. Great place to live. Quality of life is huge. I think things we're dealing with is the future, right? I mean, so you mentioned retail. Well, I think nationally that's a problem, right? So what we're trying to do is we're trying to position ourselves to say, how are we going to address that? There's changes in enrollment of students, and how are we going to address that? How are we going to deal with that? But I think it's just adjusting to changes nationally that filter down to a local level. But it's a very strong community, very vibrant. I think you'd like it here.
Thank you. Let's see. For each of you, what would you say is the number one opportunity that Mount Pleasant has over that the city manager would work on in particular over the next year, as well as the number one challenge?
I have kind of a quick answer for that one. I think it's both recovering from COVID and then exceeding what we had before.
Forgive me.
Oh, God.
I have one word for both of those questions: cohesiveness. Opportunity for cohesiveness, that we work together and to be able to make us more cohesive. The challenge.
I think for the opportunity, it goes along with coming out of the pandemic and helping our businesses. And I think you also alluded to that earlier in the interview. That's an opportunity for us because we're refreshing some of our relationships with our business owners in the downtown. We're drastically, I think, reshaping our downtown within the next year with Town Square. Currently is mostly a parking lot. That's going to be turned into a green space and hopefully an active event, park space, gathering area, kind of like the downtown Broadway closure. And so really that's an opportunity to invest in our downtown, in our community that I think could dramatically transform the activity in the downtown and hopefully help some of our retail and food and beverage and just that entertainment feel of the downtown area. With that, I think also comes challenges as well. I think the number one challenge facing us is the retirements. I think it's also working on our infrastructure, which in many regards, I think is ahead of the curve in the state of Michigan. But we're redoing our water resource recovery facility. And so we're going to be bonding for that. And then the continued challenge of what will happen with the Mount Pleasant Center.
Have anything to add? I think, you know,
Yeah. I guess if I had one more thing to add, it would be CMU. CMU's enrollment has been declining. And I don't think we're in a state where CMU is, I know there's some talk about some smaller colleges and universities disappearing because that's the shape of, that business. I don't think we're anywhere near that. I think CMU is going to be here for a really long time, but it is CMU's enrollment impacts jobs, careers. And so we are in an area of transformation over probably the next several years of CMU maybe being slightly smaller than it has been in the last 10 or 15. And how is that going to impact home buying, et cetera?
Thank you.
Yep.
I'll just make a couple of quick comments, Aaron. As far as opportunities, I think we need to get out there and work with our business people a little bit more. And as far as the department heads need to go out and see, ask the business people, what can I do for you? How can I help you accomplish your project? And be hands-on at that. As far as the challenges go, I see a big challenge with CMU's enrollment, which is a big part of this community. And when your enrollment's dropping 4,000 or 5,000 students per semester, that makes a big difference. When you're at at one point you were at 20,000, now you're at, I think last semester was like 11,400. That makes a big difference because they do play a big part in this community. I think another challenge we're going to have is the Mount Pleasant Regional Center. We've now owned that for over 10 years. We probably have close to $7 million into it, and it's a deed restricted property, which is, in my opinion, is going to take an act of Congress to change it. So I think we're going to have a big challenge there yet down the line.
so your tenacity will help.
Excellent. Well, yeah, happy to be part of that, definitely. Last question then is just the process going forward. I had read online that the City Commission anticipated making a decision on Monday night for moving forward, but that's all they had said. So I wasn't sure if that's moving forward, if we would have the opportunity to talk again, or if decisions to be made on that night.
So on Monday night, we are going to formally discuss how we felt about the interviews today. I think the goal is to offer, an employment offer to one of the candidates, but that all depends on how that conversation goes. It's possible that we may request another interview, or I can't gauge how the other 7 or how the 6 are feeling, but the goal is to make an offer on Monday.
All right. Thank you very much, Mayor.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much to the City Commission.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
Next on our agenda, presentation by Frank.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank you for a really good, inclusive, strong process. We embarked on this 3.5 months ago. We said we were going to interview on August 28th. We'd have 4 finalists and we ended at 1:30, which is exactly what we're so great process, and we're under budget too. That's even better. As you know, Director Gandy and her team set up a very comprehensive 4-step staff interview process yesterday. And when you think about your next city manager, think about the time that manager is going to evolve or spend their time with. And it's probably going to be 80 to 90% with the staff. So this is the comments that were put together by Director Gandy on a synopsis of probably 30 to 35 different individuals coming together. So I'll just run through them quickly. It's the positive observations, and then if there are any reservations that they saw. So we'll start out with the village manager from Edmore, Justin. Positive observations. He wears a lot of hats, seems versatile, intelligible, likable. He came across open and genuine, appears to be calm and level-headed demeanor, seems to be a champion for his staff, works hard to understand the situation before reacting. Appears to be honest and self-reflective. Well-spoken and came across approachable, caring, personable. He lives in Mount Pleasant. He's a strong interest in public policy and leadership. And he asked staff relevant and appropriate questions about the workings of the city. Those were all the positive observations. Reservations, and I'll just summarize here. He works in a small community, and it would probably take him potentially a few years to maybe to get up to speed on running a large community. And the learning curve would be pretty large. And at the end of these, they're all measured on small, medium, or large as far as the learning curve. And so for them, the feeling was that it would be large for Justin. Next, moving on to Mr. Hannafin, the city manager in Chelsea. Very well versed in many facets relatable to the city of Mount Pleasant. He respects what already works in Mount Pleasant and emphasized that change would be completed as he learns more via strategic planning. He has experience with large capital projects, union negotiations using interest-based bargaining techniques, and working in a council manager form of government. He came across as honest, capable of handling the complexity of the city. He appears very relaxed, maybe too comfortable at times, but able to take challenges in stride. He appears to have a positive attitude, genuine, and uses common sense approach to problem solving. It felt like John would transition well into our city, but still be challenged. He asked staff relevant and appropriate questions about the workings of the city. And there were 3 reservations. He did not review the master plan, and that seemed odd to staff. He did not complete the research in other areas, and he could speak easily to the financial aspects of the city. Number 2, he was very relaxed at times, and that could be interpreted as uninterested or unimpressed with the interview dialogue. His learning curve would be small to medium. Moving on to Susan, the city manager of Leslie. Susan was friendly, engaged, and had a good attitude about the hiring process and seemed personable. She did her research and was well prepared for the interview. She appeared to be a strong team player, knowledgeable, and a person who strives to empower staff while working as a team. Susan came across trustworthy, caring, humble,
open-minded, and progressive. She has solid experience in many areas important to the city operations, including contract negotiations, infrastructure improvements, and working for a council manager form of government. She has overseen many projects, both large and small, and has a good grasp on leading others through the process. She asked staff relevant and appropriate questions about the workings of the city. And there were 3 reservations. She appears very calm, kind, and soft-spoken, and we fear she may be dismissed by some. Susan's experience, although broad, does come from much smaller communities. Her learning curve would be small to medium. And finally, Mr. DeSense, the city manager of Eaton Rapids. Positive observations. He came across as professional, engaged, confident, a leader. He communicated his answers clearly and with detail. He has good project experience and asks good questions about the street department work. He has negotiated union contracts on a smaller scale and uses position-based bargaining techniques. It appears he has instituted positive change in the local governments he has served, and he has experience with the council manager form of government. He is ambitious, direct, and very proud of his finance skills. He was described as intelligent, articulate, and a direct communicator by some staff. He asked relevant and appropriate questions about the workings of the city, and there were 3 reservations. He came across intense at times, maybe too direct at times. The groups are not sure if that was excitement, passion, or nerves during the interview. He's accomplished a lot in the small communities he has served. We are uncertain if he can let go of the task and rely on his staff. His learning curve would be medium if given this opportunity. Those are the observations word for word as presented by Director Gandy on the review of 30 or 35 different folks that were involved. It was the candidates, I had a chance to speak to all of them in the hallway. And the one thing they mentioned was the process yesterday. It was really well done by Director Gandy and her team. And I've done a lot of these, and it was, usually I have to have my fingers involved in all of it. And she sent it to me, and hey, I said, that's great. That's tremendous, and it really worked out well. So the one thing it does, it gives all the team players here, well, not all of them, but a large number of people an opportunity to get to meet the candidates, and they feel involved. It isn't just your process, it's our process. So good job to all. That's all I have, unless you have any questions.
Could we get a copy of what you just read to us?
Yeah, I told Heather I would give her a copy for the minutes, so I can make sure you have it all.
Okay. Like before Monday's meeting?
Yeah, I'll email it Tuesday.
Thanks.
Perfect.
You're awesome.
How's Tuesday work?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Pete?
I'd just like to make a quick comment. I agree with staff on what I heard there, all except the learning curve, which I think for Justin and Susan would be large, both large. And in my mind, after reviewing the candidates' resumes and hearing the candidates in person, I think there's no question in my mind that the top 2 candidates are John and Aaron, 1 and 2. By far, and I think both of their learning curves would be very small.
If I could, just a couple of points about Monday night. It's really, I know you haven't, well, I don't know if you've ever done this. This is and you might in your own organizations, but this one, it's public, it's different. And just to remind you that all deliberations that you have from this point must be in public, not amongst yourselves. Under the Open Meetings Act, it's really a difficult process Monday night. And here's my only words of watching this happen probably too many times. It's really, really difficult. And so what I suggest is you keep everything positive, because as you can tell from these interviews, they have spent hours and hours preparing for today. We didn't even get into some, I know some of the stuff that they did to prepare, they weren't able to share, get to today. So keep everything positive, and it's great that you can narrow it down to the top two. If you can come to a consensus who are the top two. And what's really important, critical, is that you don't list them. Sean's my favorite and Steve's my second favorite, because when you do that, and this happened in Marquette about six or 8 months ago, they went through and I told them all that, and they kind of listed them as 1 and 2, and they had 2 very strong candidates, the manager from Milan and a director of Parks and Rec for the second largest park district in Illinois, Fox Valley Park District. And what happened is they listed a 1 and 2, and there was about 5 of the 7 that had one person number 1. So you can guess what happened. Number 2 watched that and decided not to go through with a second interview and backed out of the process. And it kind of made it cumbersome. So if you just say my top 2 and not any order are these 2, and you can narrow it down, that's the first step to get to, is your top 2. And if you can get that, and the only thing I ask is, if you can, it's really important to make this, if you can, to reach a unanimous vote, because it may not be your person, but it may be 6 others. And if you can bring it, as long as you don't feel like they would be a total embarrassment to Mount Pleasant, I'm not asking you to give up your conscience. But if you can coalesce around one candidate at the end, whoever that might be, it's good for the staff, it's good for the person, it's good for the community, because they're going to be more likely to come here if you do that. So try to go through and name your top 2 if you can. And I always say there's no reason, once you reach your top 2, there's no reason to talk about number 3 or 4 at all. Not at all, because nothing good comes out of that. So if you can, just get to your top 2 and then start talking about the strengths of those 2. What are the strengths of these 2? And go around and everyone gives their strengths of the 2. And then try to see if you can, out of that, and it's difficult, Mr. Mayor, to try to get out of there who is number 1. And if it's 4-3 on number 1, that makes it really difficult from there. But if you start getting 5 or 6 people that like the same person, number 1, it's helpful if the other folks can maybe come along in that direction. So that would be my advice for Monday night, all positive. Who are your top 2? And then have a discussion about those top 2 and see. At the end of the day, too, it never hurts to, when you make your motion, if you're going to make a motion, you can bring the top 2 back. Or what you can also do is name your top candidate, make a contingent offer of employment based on successful background check and contractual negotiations. And you can also name an alternate. If you really, really like two candidates, so let's say it's Sean and Steve, we make an offer to Steve, and the following is a motion to name Sean as my number 1 alternate should negotiation and contract back not work out with candidate number 1. That does a lot of things. It tends to bring the group together because you're happy with both of them. And maybe at the end of the day, Mary really wants someone, but the other 6 really like Sean, but she likes Steve, but she's willing to go along with it, because if it doesn't work out with Sean, she's going to get who she wants, and everybody goes along with it. So, and the other thing it does is it really holds Steve's feet to the fire through the contract negotiations. Steve's not going to get too far out there on the contracts if he knows Sean's right there lurking in the background. It really works well. So I know that's a lot, but that's kind of really Monday night how it will play out. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Would there be any benefit for us to try to collaborate to get those top 2 so we could then narrow our focus to the top 2 candidates? I mean, we might already be on board. I don't know if everybody else is.
You mean right now, and then think
Yeah,
about those
or-
2?
Yeah.
That would be however the commission wants to move forward.
Well, don't all speak at once.
All right. I guess I personally feel I would like to hear, I guess, your thoughts on maybe narrowing that down. But I mean, we kind of agreed, I think, to talk on Monday about it, and I'm really okay with sticking to that. But it's obviously it's not a one-man show, so.
Yeah, it might be helpful because it's a lot of information. I know you have a lot of notes. It might be helpful to take 48 hours and kind of take that all in, because think about this decision you make. It's not, it's huge.
It's huge.
It's the biggest decision you make. And think about the commissioners who will be setting, you may not be here 5 or 10 years from now sitting at this table, and you're making a decision that's going to affect 26,000 residents, the tribe, the university, and all the staff. So it's huge. So I might just take 48 hours, and don't hesitate for a second. If you really can't coalesce to one, if the two and it's really split, to bring them back for a second interview. There's no harm in doing that. In fact, now that you've met them, another suggestion that comes up sometimes is you can do the second one in this world by Zoom, since you've already met them. That's another opportunity for you. In person's better, but however it works. So you have a lot of options available to you on Monday night.
Yeah. Thank you, Frank. I feel more comfortable probably waiting till Monday, but.
Yeah, I would rather wait till Monday also, because I'd like to have time to process and digest all the information that we have today.
And if I might, I'm available all weekend. If you want to send me an email, if you have any questions at all, don't hesitate. I know some of you have reached out to me via email, not about candidates, not about the process. And just for the record, I've had no conversations with any of the 7 of you about any candidate. And if I have, please stand up, to tell the truth, right? But no, so I'd be happy if you have any questions to shoot them out over the weekend.
Thank you, Frank.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about this, actually, to be honest. I've done a lot of searches at the university, but none of them are public, to be honest. So I don't understand anything about the public part, but I am concerned about people saying negative things. So I just want to be honest. I'm concerned about people saying negative things about candidates. That's a public record, right? And even ranking people 1 and 2, I mean, if someone comes in and they're ranked number 2 and they know who ranked them number 2, it just sets up a bad thing for the staff as well to know that. So I don't know how we're going to do this. I guess it happens all the time, but I'm just saying I'm ignorant of how it works.
It is. It's difficult. It's difficult. But if you can get to your 2 quicker than later, and how do I say this? If it looks like you're in a very, let's say you want Steve and Sean, and you can see that the tide's going the other direction, you're probably not going to convince someone that Steve and Sean are the 2 if there are 5 or 6 other people you want to. If you can, jump in and then figure out who you want between that group. Because a split vote on bringing a city manager here will do no good to anyone.
Right. It sets the wrong, and it's for the next 15 years. Or 10, 5, whatever, it's for the next,
Excuse me, George, but I didn't hear what you said at first.
No, I just don't I wonder if coming up with the first 2 isn't a better, we can't do that now, is that right?
You can do whatever you want, but I think you've put it out there to the public, to the staff and everyone that you're going to deliberate on Monday night. Okay. And taking 48 hours is probably wise. There's a lot of information.
Being negative is a problem. So,
Well, they were all good
I'm
candidates.
actually being negative. I'm commenting on what the city staff come up with.
Oh, no,
I'm
I
not
agree
in
with
agreement
that.
with that.
Absolutely, I'm agreeing with you.
That's my opinion.
And I
When you
agree
tell
with your
me
opinion,
that
Pete.
I think
No, this isn't against you. I agree with your opinion.
No, what I'm thinking is, you have the 2 most qualified candidates, in my opinion, which I told you is my opinion.
Yeah.
And city staff says, well, one's medium, and yet, they're both medium to learn more. I can't agree with that.
I'm with you, Pete.
You look at their resumes and look at their presentations. If you can't understand that there's basically something wrong.
No.
There's something wrong, because those 2 candidates have the experience. In contract negotiations, in building a water plan and everything else.
You and I might agree with number 1 and 2, but we don't disagree on the 2 top candidates from my point of view. So
And we all know the 4 candidates we just interviewed were all awesome.
Yes.
They were all awesome.
All
I
awesome.
mean, I couldn't ask for a better group of people to interview.
Right.
So we've, no matter what happens, Mount Pleasant will survive, with any of those 4 candidates. Or if we decide none of those 4 candidates work, we shove it right back to Frank. And maybe we won't be under budget then, but.
Yeah. No, I actually saw some, and I do this fairly often. I have, I think, 5 clients right now. I see a lot of interviews. I saw some of the best interviews I've seen today. I saw some of the most well-prepared people that I have seen in quite a while. I was just sitting here, I was actually thinking I should take notes if I ever interview again. They very, very talented and very experienced. Just the deliveries were good.
Yeah. That leads me to another question. I know this was taped but not live streamed. Does any one of our staff know when that will actually be online, so that maybe if we have time to review it in the next 48 hours, we can listen to the interviews again at our comforts of our.
I could, I believe the plan was for 12 Monday morning, but I could email city commissioners the link to the video, so that would be helpful.
That'd be great, Chris, thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Right, I look forward to Monday night.
Okay. We're on to announcements on city-related issues and new business, if there are any. I don't see any hands up, so at this time, I will open up public comment on agenda and non-agenda items. If you're here as a member of the public, you can address the commission as that you state your name and your address for the record. I'll open that public comment now. All right, I will close the public comment on agenda and non-agenda items. And I think it's 1:50. I think we can adjourn. Thanks, everybody. See you Monday.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Your diligence and your attention is obviously very important to the community. Thank you so much for all the time and effort